set of panelists, and I'm sure, like the previous session, you'll find this extremely engaging and interesting. For this session, we have with us Professor C. Veeramani, Professor and Director, Center for Development Studies, Mr. Damu Ravi, Secretary, Economic Relations, MEA, Mr. Sunil Bhartwal, Secretary, Department of Commerce, MOCI, and Dr. Arvind Panagaria, Chairman, 16th Finance Commission of India, Professor of Economics, and the Jagdish Bhagwati Professor of Indian Political Economy, Columbia University. So can I have a welcome for all the panelists that I just named? Thank you. Moderating this session is Dr. Naushad Forbes, immediate past President CII, co-chairperson Forbes Marshall, and may I request you, sir, to kindly say your opening remarks and take the session forward.
Thank you very much. I'm definitely not immediate past president, ancient past president, more likely. So good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this session on a topic which I think is of crucial importance to the future of our country and what it will take to thrive as an economy going forward. We're really fortunate to have a wonderful panel today. Dr. Arvind Panagaria is, as you know, the chair of the current Finance Commission, but in an earlier life, he was probably our leading trade economist as an academic, and for many, many years, and has written many books, including, as we were just saying earlier on, a wonderful book called Trade and Development, which came out a few years, which makes a very powerful argument in favor of trade as a driver of economic growth and development. Commerce Secretary Sunil Bhartwal, it's a pleasure to have you with us. He's very much at the helm of all our discussions and negotiations on various free trade agreements at present, as you'll hear, very much in the thick of economic policy making in the country. My friend Damu Ravi, who's Secretary Economic Relations in the Ministry of External Affairs. Damu is one of our leading trade negotiators, has played an active part in many negotiations over the years. And I should say that much of what I know about trade policy and trade in economics, I've learned from Arvind and from Damu. And Professor Veeramani is the director of the Center for Development Studies in Trivandrum, and his work focuses on the connections between industrial policy and trade policy. So, wonderful panel. They decided quite unfairly just before we started that I needed to work a little harder as the moderator, so we would go straight into Q&A instead of each making some prepared statements, and there are some statements that have been prepared, so we thought we'd try a new model. So I'm going to start with Arvind. Arvind has made a very powerful and persuasive case for the role that trade can play in economic growth and development. He's made this case for all countries, but he's made this case particularly powerfully for India. And if you look at our own experience in history bears this out. The time that we grew the fastest in the 2000s was the time that our trade to GDP ratio was rising as a country. It peaked in 2012, I think at 56%, imports plus exports as a percentage of GDP. And since then, it's come down a bit. It came down to 40%, and in recent years has gone back up, I think, to around 46% now. And when you look at the total slowdown in growth, there was a paper some years ago that Sajid Chinoy did, where he explained almost the entire slowdown in growth by the reduction in the trade to GDP ratio that took place between the 2000s and the 2010s. So we also know that we live in an increasingly unfriendly world when it comes to trade. You can't pick up a financial newspaper or The Economist or whatever without seeing an article that will talk about new protectionist impulses anywhere in the world, particularly, of course, with the soon-to-be installed 47th President of the United States. Right? But in that environment where the world would seem to be closing off, there are still huge opportunities for us in India. And I wanted Arvind to start by addressing that point, because there's no one better than him to make that case. The case for trade in India, and the case for trade in India at this point in time in our history.
Thank you, Naushad, and I'll take the blame for the change of the format. You are such a good moderator that it would have been a waste of your talent if you were here present and we did not have you moderate the session in the way you are going to moderate. And I'm sure at the end of this session, everybody in the audience will agree with me. All right. So first of all, the very basic statement, why those of us who advocate free trade do so. So the very basic point is a simple one, which is that when you open to trade, you begin to specialize in the products in which your production costs are the lowest and export those products. And you get out of the activities in which your production costs are much higher or higher than your competitors outside in the outside world, and you import those. So there is a double whammy of gain, that you're producing those products for which you can get higher returns abroad, and you are getting out of the activities in which your own cost of production are much higher. This is the basic statement of the well-known principle of comparative advantage. Second, also when there are economies of scale, which in modern times actually have come to characterize almost every single industry, if I may boldly assert so. You look at the firm sizes in China, for instance, and the cost of production at which Chinese are able to export their products. It'll tell you that the scale is one of the key factors behind the success of China. And effectively, if you, even for a country like India, the domestic market is actually not large enough to exploit those economies of scale. And what trade lets you do is, you become the global supplier for whatever it is that you produce. And so you are able to take advantage of scale economies. That's the basic point. Now, there are a lot of objections that get raised in today's world. That, well, it was okay when, South Korea was doing it, it was okay when Taiwan was doing it, it was okay when even China was doing it. Although China surprised everybody because, a lot of the times we used to argue that, for a large country, this is not going to, for a small country it would work, but when it worked for China, then that argument certainly basically collapsed. But today it is argued, a couple of points, that the world is turning protectionist and that automation is happening, and automation will lead to reshoring of manufacturers, and therefore you are not going to be able to have those export opportunities that China, Taiwan, Singapore, South Korea, etc. had. I think those are both incorrect arguments for the following set of reasons. First, take the protectionism around the world. It is true that protectionism has been on the rise, but even then, taking that as given, world markets today are probably more open than almost at any point in time. Today, the global market in merchandise exports is 25 trillion. This is the new peak after COVID. the pre-COVID peak was 18 or 19 trillion. Post-COVID, it became 25 trillion. That's the merchandise exports. Come to services, pre-COVID peak was 6 trillion, post-COVID is 7 trillion. So it is a very large market in spite of all the challenges that have come from, protectionist moves in the United States, all sorts of embargoes on Russia, the trade conflict between US and China that happened under the first Trump presidency, which was then continued under President Biden. In spite of all that, trade has continued to grow, and it is a very large market. Our share in this very large market is less than 2% for merchandise exports and less than 4% for services. So we are still really a very tiny part of it. So whether that trade in the future grows or not, given how large that market is and how small our share is, we have, just to give you an idea, China's share is about 12 to 13%. There's plenty for us to exploit in the global marketplace. So the global marketplace, in spite of the rising protectionism, industrial policy in the United States and Europe and whatnot, at the end of the day, is not going to be a constraint. It's not. So, most certainly. Come to automation. Once again, it is true that capital has been replacing labor in the manufacturing activities generally. I'm focusing a little bit more on manufacturing. So we can also talk about services, but for now, let me stay with manufacturing. So it is true that, labor required per unit of output has been declining. But that has not eliminated the importance of employment opportunities in manufacturing or the relevance of trade, for the simple reason that, while labor costs are declining, overall costs are declining, markets are becoming larger and larger. So the value of export market has grown. As I mentioned, the large size 25 trillion today. So it is true that automation reduces the amount of labor per unit of production, but you produce more. When productivity rises, prices fall, market enlarges. And that is going to continue to happen. That's one part of it. But it is also the case that many activities have not been automated yet, and it's going to still be some time before they get automated. Clearly, stitching clothes is still an activity done by hands. Labor is required. Some years ago, Adidas tried to automate the manufacturing of footwear. They opened one factory in Germany, one in Atlanta, United States, where they automated everything except putting the shoelaces into the shoes, but then found that that led to such a cost disadvantage that those factories couldn't succeed. They have to close down both those factories, and production has now moved to China. So this reshoring that we talk about is also is still, quite far away. It's not happening. And not only, first of all, some of the activities have not been and are unlikely to be replaced by machines in the near future. But even if that happens, even if technological feasibility happens, commercial viability is a different matter. So even, if cost-wise, if doing things with hands is still less costly than it is to automate, let the robots do the tasks and so forth, then those labor-intensive activities will still remain viable commercially in spite of technological feasibility of them being performed by machines. So that is, I think, overall. One last point I should make is that in today's world, actually, the relevance of freer trade is even more than it was in the past. For the reason being this: one, that global market is very large, but in addition, with the innovation, it has become feasible to subdivide the production activity into more and more sub-activities. And therefore, you can locate these activities in many different parts of the world, wherever it is the least costly to produce, right? And my favorite example is iPhone. which is manufactured by, using parts that are produced in 43 different countries and eventually assembled. Now, in this kind of situation, when parts are moving ultimately for final assembly across many different borders, if there are high tariffs at each border cost is added on. And tariff on tariff is also then added on, because if multiple crossings are happening, already the price at which the crossing is happening is higher because of the tariff paid on the previous stage, and so you are multiplying. So even low tariffs can translate into very high tariffs, and therefore the cost becomes very high. You don't want that cost to be adding up. So that is another very important factor to take into account. And this finally ties up into the China plus one issue, that if you really want the multinationals to come on to Indian shores, you want to give them play over a very large space over which frictionlessly products, inputs, outputs, and products and processing, everything can move. So have free trade agreements with the European Union, have free trade agreement with United Kingdom. We have already done with Australia, some other countries. That would give a large space where the inputs and outputs and processing, etc., can move freely without any friction. And that, I think, is something in today's world where small cost differences lead to the product being located in another location, the freer trade and lower tariffs become even more important. So thank you. I will stop there.
Thank you, Arvind. And I think we'll come back to two of the points that you raised, I'm sure. One on free trade agreements and the role of free trade agreements in our future. And second, the role of global value chains and what does it mean to really most powerfully and productively tap into global value chains as we move along. Let me go next to our Commerce Secretary. And Commerce Secretary, as you look at our trade policy over the next few years, say the next 3, 4, 5 years, how do you think things will be different? What would good look like to you for our trade policy 3 years or 5 years out? Would we have less in the way of tariff protection? Would we have more in the way of tariff protection? Would we be more selective? Would we be more broad-based? What would our export policy be? Would we be more, trying to promote exports in a particular way as we've done at different times in the past? Would we be trying to incentivize exports in a particular way? Would we be trying to reskill and move to different sectors? Would love to hear your outlook for how you'd see good in our trade, in the trade arena in the next, say, 3 years.
Thank you, Naushad, and let me thank Dr. Panagaria, because he has laid the foundation of this discourse which we are doing here. And I think, Naushad, you have raised very, very important issues. Now, I also feel that trade is only an extension of your production prowess within the country, whether it is manufacturing prowess or whether it is your prowess to produce those services at the competitive rates. Now, and therefore I think today's topic, when I received the topic and it said that how the industrial policy, the trade policy, and the investment policy, what should be the combined role of these policies and what way we should envisage these policies so that ultimately the economy grows and India, as we are visioning for our 2047, that it becomes the third largest economy of the world. So, first of all, for any trade to happen, we have to establish competitiveness both in manufacturing as well as in services. Fortunately, in services, we have done an excellent role. If you look at the services component, it is in the morning session, I told that about 45.8% of the trade share is with the services sector. Indian ITS sector has done extremely wonderful role in terms of not only ensuring that global production systems are competitive, but India has a major role to play in that. And I think for services competitiveness to rise, we need to move from ITS, which is the core, because if you look at the digitally delivered services in the world, that is now huge, more than 4 trillion out of the 7 trillion, which Dr. Panagaria talked about. So I think the capacity to deliver these services, whether these are ITS services, and India is emerging as a hub for digitally delivered services because we have created the public digital infrastructure, huge cost-effective public digital infrastructure, not costly one. And therefore, this prowess is going to remain. What we need to do in services is, again, that the professional services, the other services, which are related to maritime services, financial services, I think we need to do some more work on that. And I feel that the way India is growing and way the service trade is growing, not only it will reach 50%, but it will be more than 50% of our total trade basket. And we are estimating that by 2030, it should reach $1 trillion of services trade. Now, along with the services trade, I think manufacturing is very, very important to us. Government has recognized that. PLI is the scheme which looks at that how you can improve your manufacturing prowess. And I'm very glad to say that when Government of India picked up these 14 PLI sectors where we looked at that whether it will be import substitution or export promotion, I'm very glad to say that, in just few years period, we have grown from $59 billion in terms of exports to about $87 billion. So that is the kind of impetus it has given to exports. So exports is an extension of what you do domestically. And that is very, very important to understand. And therefore, trade policy cannot be delinked from your manufacturing policy, from your production policy, from your services policy. Now, how to grow further? Because, now if we look at Indian economy, it is very open. You gave out certain figures. I was also reading out certain figures in the morning. We are one of the largest open economies in the world, more open than US and China, if you look at the share of trade in the GDP. And as your GDP increases, perhaps there will be some changes in those shares. But frankly speaking, today, we are one of the most open economies of the world. Secondly, our intent is to open up further. And why that intent is there? That intent is there because we realize that today there is no Ricardian kind of trade which happens. In Ricardo's trade paradigm, trade was wholly obtained. If a product is wholly obtained in one country, it was being traded with another country where the other product was getting wholly obtained. Today, we have moved towards a production system which is interconnected, interlinked, integrated. It is happening in the value chains. If you look at the global trade, although it reflects in the trade statistics of the countries, but it is intra-firm trade. 70% of the global trade is intra-firm trade, which means, and I agree with Dr. Panagaria, that when you are looking at assembly production, you have to also look at from where the parts are coming. And therefore, the tariff policy has to be linked to that. So you cannot in today's world say that only I will produce final products, I will not produce intermediate products. You have to be in that value chain. Now, the most important thing which has recently happened in the global trade scenario is that we have taken commitments, all the countries have taken commitments for energy transition. And energy transition not only gives opportunities, but it is also a disruptor. It is a disruptor in the automobile sector, which we have seen. And unless and until the automobile sector gears itself for the EV production, obviously, it is creating disruption in US, it is creating disruption in other countries. Now, that is also offering you an opportunity because I think the scales can rise. Similarly, energy transition is also giving an opportunity to move towards non-fossil fuel-based production, which involves solar cell, wind, green hydrogen, etc., etc. So which means that energy transition is going to be the next driving force for the next industrial revolution or manufacturing revolution in the world. And where we place ourselves, that is very, very important. Now I come to what is our stand towards the FTAs. Our stand towards FTAs clearly emerges from this understanding that we have to integrate with the other countries, particularly the large countries like EU and ASEAN, and recently we have gone ahead with IPF kind of an agreement where we are looking at the value chains, how we can integrate with the value chains. And in fact, let me just tell you that just 20 days back, I was in Brussels and we were discussing with the EU. And I told them that, FTA should not be looked at only from the legalistic point of view, only from the point of view of, regulatory practices, but it also needs to be looked at from the economic point of view of integration of value chains. How better two countries or two partners can integrate their value chains in a better manner. So that is the kind of understanding which is arising on part of our FTA strategy. And our FTA strategy is fully aligned with the Government of India policy, where we are saying that our industry should grow, our industry's competitiveness should grow, we should trade with the competitive advantage, but where the production system is linked. Part may be coming from one country and going to another country to finish. Assembly may be happening in one country, parts may be originating from other country. So we feel that FTAs are also the means for the economic integration among these countries, and we look forward to these FTAs. We are engaging with these FTAs. FTAs are legal documents in perpetuity, so therefore you have to do a very detailed exercise. Sometimes, we feel that why it is taking time, but these are the interests aligned with what is your long-term policy. We are looking at the long-term vision of 2047 when we will have 100 years of our independence. I was reading the Draghi report, which has become a vision document for the new EU Commission. And it is also talking about, what kind of shortages they have. You rightly mentioned that, we have that demographic dividend which is available with us. Our STEM professionals are being highly respected, and that is how the GCCs are coming into the country, and how the R&D is moving into the country, how the STEM professionals are being used in the global supply chain by various countries. So I feel that our trade policy is fully aligned with the goals of industrial development, industrial policy, and I think we need to look at our trade policy from that particular perspective. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commerce Secretary. So we'll come back to the FTA point, I'm sure, in a bit. I wanted to come to Damu next, and Damu, I'll ask you about global value chains. Arvind referred to global value chains, that a very high share of world trade now happens within these global value chains. The Commerce Secretary spoke about the need for inputs into global value chains to come in an easy, free, and presumably free of tariff way. And we know that in economics, they say that a tax on imports is a tax on exports. And there have been these economic models that show this quite clearly, right? And we sometimes, I think, have this idea that exports are good, but imports are bad. Milton Friedman many years ago had this wonderful statement where he said, well, you can't eat exports. You can eat imports. So the country actually, in a sense, benefits from imports. The people benefit from the imports in a substantial way. So how would you see our participation in these global value chains? Because many of these global value chains, particularly in the new areas that we're getting into, like electronics, are centered in Asia. Yet all our free trade agreement work at present is not Asia focused. Our free trade agreements are oriented towards the UAE, to Australia, to the EU, of course, to Israel, earlier on to Canada. They're not looking at Asia. And can we participate in global value chains in an effective way without a much more engaged trade policy that takes Asia into account?
Well, thanks, Naushad, and good afternoon to all of you. At the outset, I'd like to thank Professor Arvind Panagaria for laying the context for this discussion today. I think on the GVC, the global value chains, let's put it in a different way, the global supply chains, as we are also familiar with, it is used in either ways. But I must say our own understanding in the government and also in the industry circles is very recent. I think there's been only a recent appreciation that something like the GVC or the global supply chains exist because for a long time we've been in a denial mode. We always felt that there was some kind of a conspiracy that the markets in India are going to be robbed by the Western countries or the multinationals through the GVC. But that's the reality. We were never comfortable with this idea of supply chains. Now, it's a complex process, and supply chains operate, in my view, broadly three dimensions ways. One is the domestic supply chains, regional supply chains, and the global supply chains. Now, the complex process is not that, when you say domestic supply chains, is only within the domestic, but sometimes the components are also needed from a very close areas where it is available, and wherever it is available at a good price and at a good quality. So what happens is sometimes it's a complex in another sense. It's moving across the borders and coming back into your own country. We have to recognize this complexity. But what happens every time there is a movement, there is a value addition, which is why many often we say it's a global value chains. But there are complementarities. And underpinning this is the competitiveness. A manufacturing unit or an industry will buy essentially from where they can source from at a good price and at a competitive price. And in the process, it is able to make what he is manufacturing also competitive, to be able to sell both in the domestic market and international markets. In the recent times, we've seen there has been a big disruption to the supply chains. One is the COVID pandemic. Second was the geopolitical tensions, the Red Sea attacks, the logistic costs have gone up. So there has been no understanding as to how important it is for countries to ensure that the supply chains are diversified. Because the concentration of supply chains, and this is where it is, China is the factory of the world, and China holding that much of concentration of supply chains can also weaponize trade. And that's a big risk. Many countries have realized it, and the need for diversifying supply chains. Now, this has to be done very consciously. We are talking about today the resilient supply chains in that context. So each sector is able to develop its own supply chains from countries which you think are more friendly towards you. And in the near term and the medium term, this may work. But ultimately, even the resilient supply chains have to evolve into a more competitive processes and help the manufacturing to be competitive. Then only it will become relevant and useful. The entire global supply chains or the value chains would also mean that you would need openness, open policies that is able to embrace globalization. That's an important condition for the supply chains to be effective. For a country like India, which is going to be 5 trillion, 10 trillion, and 30 trillion dollar economy, it's quite obvious that all that you produce is not going to be consumed within the country. It has to go out. Some of what you manufacture will become going out. And Commerce Secretary has already mentioned that you have a target of 1 trillion in the services by 2030, another 1 trillion in the manufactured sector, which means a 2 trillion manufacturing capacity that India would have and exporting out of in the country. What it means is that we need to we need to develop our own supply chains. And that's an important aspect of your export strategy. So if you have to develop your own supply chains, then you have to understand the ecosystem that needs to be developed within the country. One of which is actually you need to work on the scale. If you don't have the scale, then benefits of the economies of scale cannot be evenly spread and improve on the production and the product itself. The scale is important. So I see a lot of hope here. The industrial corridors that the country is building, the infrastructure, the pace at which it is happening, and the need for cluster-based manufacturing is all a part of the strategy. And I think the Prime Minister's vision captures all of this, but we need to get them implemented at a much faster pace. And the second thing is we also need to look at both imports and exports in equally important terms. Ideally, many countries only look at export as a strategy. Yes, you got to have an export orientation in your trade policy, but what drives exports, as Nautar has shared, is imports as well. But what do you import is also an important input into the trade policy. So you would need to, ideally you will import what you need, but that you don't produce, or you think it's not worth producing in the country. So it have to look at this understanding that both import and exports are important. It is not about zero tariff. You don't have to go to zero tariff to be able to drive your own supply chains. It's the consistency of the tariff policy is what is important. So if you're all the time tweaking your import tariff policy, then it's that much more difficult for a multinational or an international company to come and set up their shop here for manufacturing. So there has to be that consistency level. Several years, you got to have that consistency. The third important dimension of this entire GVC is how do you enable next level of manufacturing take place? We are talking about semiconductors, electronics, robotic engineering, and Commerce Secretary mentioned about the green transition energies, renewables. All of this require what is known as development of ecosystem. And I think we need to understand within our own industrial policy as we develop it, that for you to have a large picture, large product coming into the country, the ecosystem has to evolve. And we need to facilitate that ecosystem. And automatically, the ancillary units will develop alongside. So if you are looking at, let's say, automobile today, so much of localization has happened in the country for many of the automobile companies that are developing their own cars. Why? Because the ecosystem over a period of time has evolved to an extent that is able to bring a product on the roads which is driven by Indian-owned supply chains. I think in the new technologies also, we have to have a broad picture, but enable the units to come up that are able to produce the components that are needed for that big unit. But that requires time, because you've got to have a patience, you've got to have a plan, a long-term plan. If you're looking at a semiconductor, then naturally 10 years' time or 15 years' time is what is required for you to have a full localization. But for that to happen, you got to have openness, you got to have a more transparent and consistent import policy. The last item that I would like to emphasize here is ultimately we have to envisage a situation where India is able to develop manufacture of finished goods outside of India. That is what I say, Indian-owned SEZs. And that Indian-owned SEZs will be driven by your Atmanirbhar Bharat. Most of the components feed into that finished product outside of India. Ultimately, this is a market strategy. Every country that has emerged today to be a great economy have developed that strategies. You got to have your manufacturing bases outside of India that's able to develop a finished product so that the locals are able to own it as their own, but components feeding from India. That should be part of your long-term strategy on the GVCs. The last item, this is fundamentally, in my view, very strategic. We may say economic, but it's also very strategic for a rising country, a country that's going to be increasingly a global player, then you have to look for integration of economies. And that's possible if you have a long-term plan. And as I say, Naushad has mentioned about Asia. Yes, of course, Asia will form an important part of that strategy, because Asia has a very strong, robust value chains evolved here. They have a lot of components that we would need. So this kind of integration, regions, South Asia, Southeast Asia, Africa, these are all closer geographically. That should form part of a long-term strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Damu. We'll come back to many of these points, I think. So, Professor Veeramani, many have referred to the role of industrial competitiveness. And industrial competitiveness often takes the form of how firms compete within a given environment, but it also very often shows in industrial policy and in the way one designs future sources of competitiveness through various interventions that we attempt. How would you see industrial policy play with trade policy to deliver that goal that we have of industrial competitiveness, so that we do not need tariffs to protect industry, because industry is perfectly competitive on its own?
Yeah. So we see in recent times there is a re-emergence of industrial policy, and this has happened both in advanced countries and also in developing countries like India. India has become also a major user of industrial policy. Now, in economics, the rationale for industrial policy is well known. It is basically a strategic state action directed at changing the structure of the market. The underlying assumption is that market on its own is not able to allocate resources efficiently under certain circumstances, which we call market failure. So that is basically the rationale for industrial policy. But what is happening in practice, when you look at what are the determinants of industrial policy or the nature of industrial policy, we often see that in practice is not related to market failure. It is related to all other factors like political economy, protectionism, geopolitical competition, technological leadership, resilience. These are the type of factors with which industrial policies are closely related. So that means that it can lead to, if industrial policies are not properly implemented or designed, it can lead to huge cost, resource misallocation, cost, retaliation, protectionism, all these will happen. So now in that context, how do we rethink industrial policy, particularly in the context in which we are talking about the global value chains? So we know that there is a traditional industrial policy argument. At that time, the underlying logic is that production from start to end in most of the industries are conducted in one country. But now that is not the situation. Like as we already discussed here, production processes in several industries are globally fragmented. In that context, industrial policy need to be redesigned. It cannot be the same old type of industrial policy, because the earlier industrial policy assumes an integrated domestic production structure, but now it is like individual countries have to choose where within the value chain of a given industry, where should they focus. Now, from a developing countries perspective, like India, our comparative advantage lies in labor-intensive stages within GVC, like, for example, assembling final product using abundant labor that is available in our country. And that is a way to create a large scale of employment for relatively low-skilled people, those who are engaged in agriculture, surplus labor in agriculture, or in the informal sector. So that is the way to get them into the formal sector. Like, for example, in mobile phone industry, a lot of people are now working, and many of them are women workers who were earlier engaged, either unemployed or engaged in informal sector. So this is their first entry into a formal sector employment. Now, what are the tools then it is required for industrial policy in this context? Earlier, in the conventional industrial policy, like import substitution, used tariffs, high tariffs and import controls. But that will not work in today's world when there are global value chain, because easy access to low-cost imports are very important. So we need to fundamentally change the way we look at industrial policy. And the other way in which we have to look at this is that earlier in the industrial policy, like import substitution period in India, the objective is to build domestic capacity first and then eventually export once you achieve competitiveness, and then compete with the multinational companies. But that should not be the sequence now. It is just the reverse. Exporting is not the end goal. It is the starting point. So like in mobile phone, in the case, we started by exporting. That is what we should do. And then develop the ecosystem to move up in the value chain over time. And in this process, multinational companies, or what we call lead firms, play the most important role, because they should be they should be playing the most important role, because 2/3 of global exports are controlled by multinational companies, and the GVCs operate within their control. So that is other thing that we need to look at. And within this, the future growth within this GVC world is in terms of you enter into assembly, because that is where your current comparative advantage is, and then we move into higher value-added stages within the GVC. Moving up in the value chain, we have what is called the smile curve. Like, so you enter at the lower part of the smile curve initially, and then as you develop your ecosystem, achieve the scale, you can move in the two sides of the smile curve. That means designing, marketing, all those things which are high value added. Initially, you will get a low domestic value added per unit of what you export, but that is fine, because there is a scale effect, because you are producing for the large global market. So you get a scale effect that overall domestic value addition would be much high, even though value added per unit is low initially. But also it has an advantage that you enter into this industry, and then you experience, you get an experience learning by doing, economies of scale, and then move up in the value chain with the time. And there industrial policy can play a very crucial role, because there could be market failure in moving up in the value chain. Producing certain components, etc. Government might need have to get in terms of certain support. Lastly, I will give one example of how this will work in a real world scenario. Take the case of India's mobile phone sector. Earlier in 2016, government introduced the phased manufacturing program. The phased manufacturing program is something very much like the old industrial policy, because it is based on import substitution idea, high tariff barriers, and who are the players? Mostly small Indian companies and small Chinese companies. What was the outcome? Production increased little bit, but practically no export. And whereas in 2019, new policy on electronics and the PLI scheme came, where the objective was not domestic market. It was a global manufacturing, making India a global manufacturing hub, and export is a major, played a major role in their designing of that policy. And what was the instrument? It is the targeted subsidies under the PLI scheme. And these targeted subsidies may be required even for assembly, because even though we have a comparative advantage in doing assembly, the effective cost of doing assembly in India is very high because of factor market rigidities. So to address that, to offset some of those cost disadvantage, there is a rationale in giving that. And who are the players? It is not small Indian companies. It is big companies like Apple and Samsung. They played the major role in this process. And what is the result? Result is that India becomes the second largest producer of mobile phone in the world, and the production is now around $50 billion, and the exports is about $16 billion. It became a major share of Indian production is now export, and there is a significant decline in imports, and we became a major exporting country in this sector. Our trade, and we started recording trade surplus. So we have evidence, we have an example in our own country how this type of a policy would work, and if we can replicate this example, this success in the entire manufacturing, I think there is a huge gain that we can create in terms of employment generation in this country. That's what.
Thank you, Professor Vemani. Thank you. I'm going to ask one last question, which I'm going to open to anyone from the panelists who would like to pick it up. But in the meanwhile, if you could think of your questions, and we'll take probably 3 questions, which we'll then answer together. So the question actually is, on China. China is a country that China's the world's biggest manufacturer. It's the world's largest exporter. It's also the world's second largest importer. The US, as we know, is the world's largest importer. It's also the world's second largest exporter. Both countries import a lot. We export a reasonable amount to the US. We have a positive trade balance with the US. We have no FTA, but we have a huge negative trade balance with China. Last year, we imported, I think we have a negative trade balance of around $100 billion with China. It's a huge negative trade balance. And the CEA recently floated an idea, I think, in the economic survey, that we should be looking at China as a source of investment and encourage actually Chinese firms to establish operations in India, in joint ventures, in subsidiaries as they choose, and as an alternative to simply importing from China, and to use it as a way forward. Partly learning, partly reducing our own trade deficit with China by getting Chinese firms to be more active in India. And it's a little of what you, Damu, spoke of in terms of what you'd like to see Indian firms do, of establishing end assembly plants in other countries. You see Chinese firms doing exactly that in India and in many other countries in the world now. So what's our view on China? Do we see China as a market? I fear that too many of my friends in industry only see China as a source of imports. We do not see China as a market to export to. They're a large market. They're the second largest importer in the world. What should we be doing in that area, if anything? Or should we sort of say, hey, listen, China's not for us. Leave it out of the trade picture. Leave it out of the investment picture. Anyone like to pick that up, and then we'll take 3 questions from the floor. Sure, thank you.
So, obviously geopolitics is everywhere in this question. The way I come out on this is that indeed one needs to be a little bit careful. China is unpredictable. And from whom you take investment, with whom you trade, has now, in the current environment, become a little more important than it used to be. Having said that, what I would do is look at, where are the investments from an potentially unfriendly country where it could inflict damage on me. Probably a handful of those sectors I can identify. Leave those aside. In the rest, I would go and check, is China investing in other countries in these particular activities and sectors? If the answer is yes, if US is taking investments from China in these sectors, if Germany is taking, I would open to that investment as well. So I think this is a qualified yes answer that, but the activities from which you would want to exclude are really relatively few. Because I don't see other countries restricting Chinese investments in large number of sectors. So that would be my answer.
Thank you, Arvind. Thank you. I think that was a very judicious answer. So thank you. Yes, we'll take, so one in front. And here's the request is it needs to be a question, please, not a comment. If you would like to make a comment, we'll have the discussion outside after the session. So a question, and we'll take 3. So we'll take one from the front here, and then I'll go back there, right? And then I'm trying to see if I can take one from the back somewhere. Back of the room, it's backbenchers otherwise go to sleep. Yeah. So, yeah, okay. So one here, one here, and one there. Thank you.
Thank you, folks. You have given me an opportunity to wake up at least. My question is basically on the balance of payment. I'm on the manufacturing field for last 40 years, automotive component, chemicals. and coincidentally financial services. The most difficult part is on the assemblies, the intermediary product, which is a necessary for the assemblies, final assemblies are produced in China itself. That itself is creating a lot of problems and giving us a lot of problems, hence the difficulty in payment. As an exporter, yes, we export to...
Your question, please.
My is how to get above this difficulty. Therefore, this is something which is very difficult to answer. They have indicated or got into fields which has been done after a lot of research only on the intermediate product, which is an obstacle for final manufacturing. How do we think to ease that?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, you take the three. Yeah.
There has been a reference of China plus one. Looking at the reality, I would just like to know your views. Are we able to be the one of China plus one in real terms? I'm actually trying to make a comparison with ASEAN and India in terms of getting inward investments for manufacturing, and within ASEAN, primarily Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia. Thank you.
Okay. And the last one there, yeah.
Thank you for an insightful session. I just want to ask one question is that does India is tapping very well in terms of the capabilities of the already capable people? Because few weeks back I visited one PCB assembly factory in Mysore, outskirts of Mysore, and it looks like a world-class factory, but they are crying that they don't have much of the international customers for the factories. So that is also one problem which we have seen.
So your question?
My question is, what are we doing in terms of tapping in the talent of the Indian industry to export?
Okay. So who would like to take any of those, any of the questions? Yeah. Sure.
I'll take the China plus one. Potentially, I think India has a huge advantage over the countries that you have named, Vietnam, Thailand, Malaysia, for the simple reason that India is significantly larger, many times larger. What that means is that potentially the skill mix that is available on scale is here. Geography, land that is required for location of the supply, for the building up of supply chains within the country, meaning domestic supply chains, is enormous. Our disadvantage really is largely policy. I mean, imagine, particularly if you're thinking Vietnam, it's a small country in the end, once you get past the 80, 90 million people in the country, effectively, your wages begin to skyrocket. In India, for various levels of skills, you can continue to have supply available without a major escalation in wages, simply because there are so many. Our problem really here is the policy. We have made land incredibly expensive. We have made employment of labor incredibly difficult. These are the internal policy barriers, inflexibilities that we need to work on. A lot of progress has been made in the last 20, 25 years. Even for example, the GST reform, big change, a single tax across the entire nation, things like that. But we do need to work a bit more on labor and land markets. If multinationals are going to come out of China, my kind of view, perhaps a little jaundiced, is that there is nowhere else to go but India, for the simple reason of the size. I mean, China is so large, and if anybody is going to replace China for the next 15 or 20 years, it has to be India.
Thanks, Arvind. Sunil? Yeah.
So I think one cross-current, thought which was running in the three questions was regarding the, we have accepted the fact that today the global production is in the value chains. But I think post-COVID, everybody has realized that value chains are important, but resiliency of the value chains is more important than simply having a value chain. And I think perhaps post-COVID, the globe has also recognized one very important fact, that there cannot be dominance of a particular country, particularly a non-market economy, in terms of having all the supply chains, keys to those supply chains with them. So with that respect, perhaps India is in a sweet spot, and we have this opportunity, the whole globe, in fact, wherever we are going for FTA negotiations, everybody is telling us. In fact, yesterday, we had discussions with all the EU ambassadors in Delhi, and everybody was telling that they want to do an FTA with us, because people are realizing that even if there are global value chains have to be resilient. You cannot put all your eggs in one basket, and therefore India has a very, very important role to play in diversification of this value chain system. So I think we have a great potential there, and the way we are progressing in terms of our industrial policy as well as in trade policy, I'm very sure that India will play that role. Thank you.
So I think we need to, I was going to give Damu the last word, but I think we need to close and let the next session take over. But I'll just close by thanking all of you for your questions and thanking all of our wonderful panelists for their comments on difficult issues. But I think identifying the huge potential that exists for us as a country, if we look at the world in ambitious terms, if we look at the world as a market that we need to serve and the market that we have that's available for us to take advantage of through the right ambitions of firms and the right policies to support them. Thank you.
Again, post-lunch, that was a very feeble round of applause. Can we have a louder one, please? Thank you, thank you. Dr. Forbes okay, let the photo op happen. May I request Dr. Forbes to kindly hand over a token of appreciation to each of our panelists, please. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we will move on to our next session now. We are a little, but we will make up. And this is a session on taking India forward. We will just turn the table around and we will start with the session right away. Okay, as we get ready, our panelists for this session are Dr. Karthik Muralidharan, Tata Chancellor, Professor of Economics, University of California, Shri Manoj Ahuja, Chief Secretary, Government of Orissa, and to deliver a keynote address, we have Shri Amitabh Kant, India's G20 Sherpa, who will be here with us. And I think they're all here and they will be joining us soon. I'd like to request everyone to settle down before we bring them in. We'd like to have the house in order. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to request all of you to please settle down. My colleagues have gone in to escort our speakers for this session. Please join me in welcoming our speakers for this session, Dr. Karthik Murlidharan, Sri Manoj Ahuja, and Mr. Amitabh Kant. They will be joining us soon. Ladies and gentlemen, do join me in welcoming Sri Amitabh Kant, India's G20 Sherpa, and Mr. Banerjee. We are awaiting, yes, both our other speakers are also joining them on the dais. Taking India forward. To begin this session, I'd like to invite Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General CII, to give the opening remarks, please.
So we have in this session, which is titled as Taking India Forward Together, three individuals with whom we could have easily spent 1 hour one-to-one. But instead, we are packing 1 hour with all of them. I'll use the only couple of minutes to say what we would try to discuss and what could be the format of it. What we would try to discuss is how, when we say together, it is the center and the states of India. So we have Mr. Amitabh Kant, who has worn many hats over the last decades. And today, as was mentioned, India's G20 Sherpa, completely focused on international and the way he handled during India's presidency, the role of the Sherpa in navigating through many troubled waters. That's something which we are all aware of. Also with us is Mr. Manoj Ahuja, Chief Secretary of the Government of Odisha. The state's participation in this session is the critical aspect of our discussion. And so we look forward from the Chief Secretary many answers, and I'm sure he would also talk about what are the impediments of certain things that we expect but won't see happening. And we have seen him in more than a session since yesterday, Dr. Karthik Murlidharan from the University of California. He has again been a very known face to CII. So his thoughts and inputs to this subject would be critical. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that the next story of India really lies in the states of India. And India has 29 mini Indias, if one can see. It's complex. There are many challenges, many issues, yet we have to work together. We hear other parts of the globe talking about a few countries trying to work out something, mostly, in most cases, in most subjects, unsuccessfully. But in India, we have a story where we have had successes. We have successes in many of the subjects that we have. We have done very well in many of our uh, targets and many of our visions, but we need to do more. We're talking about an India, a developed India by 2047. We are talking about a Viksit Bharat by 2047. We are talking about India being the third largest economy very soon. And we are looking at a growth rate which would be the highest growth rate for any emerging from any major economy. So given these positive sides of where our visions are and where our thoughts are, my question, the format of the session will be free-flowing discussion, questions, no keynote addresses, and no speeches. So if there has been a speech, it's just about getting over. So with that, I'll actually turn to the panelists and pose this to each one of them to begin with. To be a Viksit Bharat 2047, we have a phenomenal vision laid out here from the center. We need the states to fold in. So what's the response of each one of our panel to that as to how the role of the states in building a Viksit Bharat? I start with Mr. Amitav Kant, the G20 Sherpa.
Thank you, Chandrajit. And, first and foremost, to my mind, if India is to become a Viksit Bharat, that means taking your economy from about 4 trillion to 30 trillion by 2047. And this means that India has to, its GDP has to grow 8 times, your per capita income has to grow 9 times, your manufacturing has to grow 16 times between this period. Now, if this is the scale of transformation required, that is the Prime Minister's vision, then you need the states to do massive transformation. This can't be done without the states. You need at least 12 states of India to grow at 10% plus for the next 3 decades. And this cannot be done without Bihar, UP, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, all these states becoming the key drivers of growth. I'm making this point because these states account for almost about 55 to 60% of your population. And if these states transform, then India's transformed. And for that to happen, these states need to move away from agriculture. I'd gone to Chhattisgarh recently. In Chhattisgarh, 67% of your population is dependent on agriculture. And therefore, these states need a structural transformation of moving away from agriculture. India can't grow with 46% of your population dependent on agriculture, a sector which gives you only 13% of GDP. This structural transformation of states is the key. The second point I want to make is that growth comes from urbanization. Urbanization is the critical driver of growth, and India is going to see a massive urbanization, 500 million people getting into the process of urbanization. Now, we have 42 cities of India which are amongst the 50 of the most polluting cities in the world. This is all states' job. Now, states are not delivering on municipal governance. There's a failure of governance on municipality. And without good municipal governance and without state focusing on good urbanization, it will be very difficult for India to achieve the Prime Minister's vision of $30 trillion. And that is the key. The third point I want to make is that we need a massive, huge, renewed vigor on scrapping rules, regulation, procedures, paperwork, laws at the state level. The government of India has focused on ease of doing business. Now the next round of revolution of scrapping rules and regulations and laws in bulk has to come from the states. I'm making this point because India can grow with free enterprise. The private sector has to make India grow. Government is not in the business of making production and industrialization. That only the private sector can do. But the government should be the catalyst and the facilitator for that. Government has to focus on this, and the role of the state is critical. Central government has done this, but the states have not done this, and the states must do this. That is my third point. And the fourth point I want to make, I think, and I'll leave it to Karthik to elucidate, is that the role of the state government should be on improving learning outcomes, health outcomes, and nutritional standards. And there a lot needs to be done on delivery. A huge improvement on these outcomes is necessary. And with these 4 points, I'll come back later. I'll conclude now. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you for those opening remarks. If there is one person whom I would not envy to speak just now is Mr. Manoj Ahuja, but I'll turn to him immediately. But with two specific issues that was raised by Mr. Kant. He talked about ease of regulatory framework. So is there anything which is, how can state, and your state has done some wonderful work in some of the reforms, be it in the power, even I would think land, but land, labor, power, many other areas, the factor reforms, how can the state really come in? It's going to be very, very critical. And the other point, which was Mr. Kant's point, amongst the many points that Mr. Kant raised, specifically like your response to it, is anything preventing the state governments from really building up these strong municipal local bodies? This was discussed a little earlier. And when we really look at such urban centers developing, and when agriculture gets lower, the type of share that it has and it will continue to have, what's preventing it is, why can't it happen? So I'll stop there. I'll come back with questions later. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. And as Mr. Amitabh Kant rightly pointed out, our states are bigger than some of the nations around the world. Take Odisha. Our population is, I think, 48 million, which is like Spain's population. Our area is 1,55,000 square kilometer, which is the area of Bangladesh. So each state in itself is like a nation, a big nation. The fact remains that if India has to achieve its goals for Viksit Bharat, the states have to perform. That goes without saying. And it's not such a difficult thing if you look around globally. Country after country has done that. Some were worse than us in terms of education and health outcomes many years back, in terms of poverty, maybe better in education, but in others they were behind us. But they have transformed. And so what I want to say is it's not difficult to change. Having said that, coming from Odisha, the state is growing at a rate of, let's say, around 8% in real terms every year, which means that even if you go business as usual, we can do it. So 10% or 11% for a decade or 2 decades should not be too difficult a task. But where does this incremental growth come from? What is the strategy? Is something which was pointed out by Mr. Kant about certain areas, and I'm sure about state capacity. Karthik is an expert. He's written a big book on it, which I recommend everybody should read. And he would be talking about that. But from the state's perspective, we still have, let's say, 60% of the population dependent on agriculture, which is marginal small farmers, and the per capita income in the agriculture sector, therefore, is much less than the manufacturer and services. How do we make that shift? That's number one. Number two, can the state, rather than getting into the game of giving subsidies and, distorting markets, can we facilitate innovation and growth? How can the state do that? By cutting down costs on, let's say, common infrastructure, or if there are coordination failures or there are market failures, we can address that. Plus, if you want to engender innovation, then probably some risks which the private sector can't cover. Maybe we can come in that way where those can be covered. That's the second area. Then obviously the basic functions, which were pointed out. Ensuring a skilled youth, manpower, good health facilities, good standards of living for people, and let's say law and order are something which these are basic, or let's say essential functions of the state, which the state should do. I'll just cite 2 or 3 examples what we foresee in Odisha. You see, we are a state which is very sound financial resources. Because of, why? Because we are one of the most richly endowed with minerals. Coal, iron ore, bauxite, chromite, manganese, even rare earths. So we are well endowed with that. We get royalties, so we are financially very well off. If you want to make investments in CapEx, we would. We are also a gateway to East Asia. We have 3 ports. In fact, Paradeep in the public sector became one of the highest grosser in terms of turnover. We're reaching about 150 million. All the plants which are mineral based like steel and all have massive expansion plans. Steel, it's like 40 million, they're going in for 120 millions. We have ports, we have plans for developing that. What I'm saying is basic logistics infrastructure is a priority for the state. We are investing in it. And how do we would like to slowly move to an area where we will attract industries not because of the subsidies, but because of conducive conditions, which I said would be 2 or 3, and I'll relate it to, factor markets. Very recently, we do engage, and here I would request that organizations like CII, industrial associations, can become a very strong forum for interacting and really going deep into issues and giving feedback to the states. Like we came to know that our laws regarding building laws and all were slightly, it had certain, let's say, issues which were affecting the competitiveness of industries. We went into it, we got reports, we did that. Similarly, in the labor areas, there could be restriction on women working at a certain time, not allowing working women's hostel or working hostels in areas, let's say textile parks and all that. These are little things which one can ease very easily. And obviously, the whole ease of doing business part, we've done the stage 1, we go on to the phase 2 now. How do we move it? And there, I think, a very strong feedback mechanism from the industries is very, very essential. We are also looking at engines of growth, and here's where I will relate to urbanization. We've seen it. In fact, it's a failure. Not exactly a failure, but the kind of professional skills or the manpower or the way we administer municipalities which is required is something which is the state is prioritizing in 2 ways. One is the basic administration, which means improved manpower and skills at the municipalities. But the second is the strategic things. We would be surprised to know that a lot of our growth of small towns is organic. It's not planned. And that's not the way to grow. And therefore, we are thinking of centralizing and having a very professional, engaging professionals as a town planning unit at the state level, which will advise, small units who may not have the financial wherewithal to engage such professional skills, so that we can do that. And the ability to then monetize. The very fact that you put in infrastructure in urban areas, you can also increase the value of land, which itself can create, a virtuous cycle of wealth. That's another area. So we have a big plan on a greater Bhubaneswar region where we do all these kind of a thing. So both strengthening the administration of the municipalities, and secondly, the strategic inputs, town planning, getting professional parties, monetizing, transit-oriented development are some of the areas which we would be working on this thing. But fundamentally, I think our core focus now is employment and growth and the structural transformation which was pointed out, which means, and that is not going to come from the government itself, it is going to come if we create a conducive environment for the services sector, for the industry sector, so that they are able to, they flourish and create jobs. So that's very broadly, I think, in a short kind of 2-3 minutes, I've just tried to put across what the state thinking is, but I'll definitely come in later. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ahuja. Now, Karthik, before you pick up the mic and touch upon the book, which would take a year for people to read in this audience and come back next year. I didn't want to show the book because people would get frightened by the size of it, but it's very easy reading. It's a very easy reading, but the 2 earlier speakers, to what they said, and the issue of capacity in the states were referred to, the role of private sector was referred to, and I want to be specific. Kili, at this point in time, want to understand from you, how do you see states developing capacity and also private sector playing a role on 2 very critical areas which are state subjects, which is education and healthcare? And I'd like you to comment on it, because that's going to be a critical area for Viksit Bharat.
Thanks so much. So first of all, I just want to say, the feedback I was giving to CII, I was delighted this session is happening, but next year we should have many more sessions at the state level. Simply, like yesterday I was talking about health and education, but most of the frontline delivery is at the state, right? So most of the development, the next steps that we need as a country are at the state level. And, hence like the one sentence plug in the book is it's called A State-Led Roadmap for Effective Governance, just highlighting the centrality of the state. So coming back to the question itself, so I think we all understand the centrality of human development, that no country can really kind of grow at full potential if 50% of your kids are in primary school and can't read at the end of a fifth standard, or 35% of children are stunted. So this does require government action, so, which is why the centrality of state capacity and building effective public systems. So one way to think about this, the analogy I use, is just like the 1950s ambassador was the metaphor of the Indian economy before liberalization, right? In many ways, that is an appropriate metaphor for the functioning of the Indian state. So we've managed to improve state capacity a lot using technology in areas where you can jump over layers of intermediate officials and get finally to the final beneficiary. But in all of these human intermediated services, education, health, police, courts, these are areas where we have an incredible amount of work to do. So coming to, therefore, state capacity, and I'll come to the private sector point in a moment. See, I think there is no getting away from the centrality of the government in solving these problems, right? Because the private sector is an amazing entity. I love the private sector. I love markets. But the basic problem, the tension, is that the democratic ideal is one person, one vote, whereas the market values citizens on a $1, one vote principle, okay? So the market is going to cater to where there's purchasing power. So you can't rely on the market to solve your bottom, of the economic distribution problem. So that is a government challenge, right? Now, where can the private sector help is really thinking about helping the government with regard to better management, right? Because the core issue here is not money. It is, when we say governance, it's basically management, right? So the principles of effective state capacity that I'm talking about in the book are basically management 101 in the private sector, right? So there are these chapters on data and outcome measurement. There's personnel management, there's public finance and revenue. So any CFO, any kind of COO knows that to run an organization, you need your data, you need effective personnel policies, you need to allocate your budgets appropriately, you need to leverage markets well. So those principles of management thinking about how do you diffuse them into the government, that is where the biggest leverage is, right? Because I think even for philanthropy and CSR, it's useful to distinguish between what I call traditional additive philanthropy, right? Which is CSR comes and builds a school or builds a hospital, okay? Now, the government spends 7.5 lakh crores a year on education, okay? So even if you spend 1,000 crores of CSR money to build one more university, that is rounding error in the grand scheme of things. It's less than 1%, okay? But if you can use that 1,000 crores of CSR money to improve the effectiveness of the government by even 1%, then that is a 75x ROI on that money because of the sheer scale of the government, right? So then the question is, how can you start thinking about strategic philanthropy, whereby we start bringing in some of these private sector competences into better management? And that's a hard problem, okay? But I think Niti Aayog, for example, I'll give you a very concrete research-based example, okay? So research-based example is, see, the research shows that personalized education technology can be incredibly effective at improving learning outcomes, okay? Now, the problem is, in the government, when you try to do ed tech, the government has to procure on a standardized contract and doesn't know how to procure for outcomes. So the procurement will basically be, let's get an L1 and get a bunch of computers in a bunch of schools, and what the research shows is simply giving computers to schools has no impact, okay? Because it doesn't get used, and you really need kind of a fully integrated operator who's thinking about how am I going to use the technology to improve outcomes, okay? So one of the pilots that I think Niti Aayog has put together with support from some CSR is to help governments write outcome-based contracts, okay, whereby you are using the government budget for the computers, but government is not able to pay on results, but then you're using philanthropic capital to pay on results, and therefore trying to incentivize the ecosystem to function for better outcomes. So that's just one example, but it's useful to remember Manish Sabharwal's great kind of, classification, where he said the government has an execution deficit, the private sector has a trust deficit, and civil society has a scale deficit, right? So The government has legitimacy and scale, but often has weaknesses in management and execution. The private sector can execute at scale, but because you function on a profit motive, you're not trusted as much. And civil society can often do pockets of excellence, but can't scale because they don't have a revenue model. You have neither taxes nor revenue. Okay? So what we need is to then think about how do you leverage the strengths of these three actors to come together and use the government for scale and use, civil society in some ways for innovation and private capital and industry to then, think about how do you scale those ideas within the government. So we can talk a lot more, but hopefully that example is
So I'll put it this way. I'll put three questions now for all the three panelists. Not any one attributed to anyone. I'll start with myself, and then I'll bring two other people. One is, we talked about capacity, we talked about prudence, we talked about, I have seen, or all of us have seen, Bimaru states, which we knew as Bimaru states, have transformed themselves. And there are new Bimaru states, some of which was referred to by Mr. Khan, which has probably come up. Now, obviously, prudence has played a lot of a part there. And when we look at allocation of resources, prudent allocation of resources, be it in education, healthcare, or for that matter, anything else, is the state of state finances. And that's a situation which needs a lot of attention. And some of it has happened because, probably because of prudence, and some of it has become because we have an election almost every few months in India, and there are compulsions because of that. I'd like to hear views on that, but that's the question number one. But I'll turn to the audience for two questions and open it up together. One of them, as I see, is sitting in the far corner, Dr. Naushad Forbes, who examines economies and economies of states very critically. And second, the issue of technology and Niti Aayog was mentioned several times by Murli, by Karthik, pretty many times. And I'll bring in Debjani Ghosh, who is now with Niti, to pose any questions. Sorry for those surprise items in terms of the people whom I'm asking to ask questions. Naushad.
Thank you. Thank you, Chandrajit. And my apologies because I'll have to go off very soon because I have the speakers for the next session who I have to go and meet. So the question actually relates to human capital and the point that Karthik just made as well. And I wonder if we could do only one thing. This was a question that was asked in the human capital panel yesterday, and I thought it was a very good question. If we could do only one thing to really improve education outcomes, what would that one thing be? And it would be really interesting to hear each, at the state level overall, at the particular area that you specialize in, and of course, Amitabh, his interests range very broadly and his experience ranges even more broadly.
Jenny? Mike, please, yeah. There.
Thank you, CB, for always putting us on the spot. But my question is more from a tech lens, which is the biggest enemy of technology deployment at scale is silos. Especially in the world of AI, where data is the currency, and the more silos you create, the less effective you get. In this kind of a scenario, what's the balance between states and center? Because if you build state-specific strategies, again, you're building silos. But healthcare, agriculture, we benefit from national data sets. So how do we best meet this balance?
So I leave it to whoever wants to go first. Mr. Amitabh Kant.
So first and foremost, I don't think the problem is resource and allocation and money. And the more we get into money, the worse it will be. We must realize that there is a failure of governance. There's a failure of governance, and the failure of governance is that we are not clear about the outcomes we want to achieve. We believe in working on financial achievements, that I have to use so much of money and hence I'll finish it by March or May or whatever. But we are not, using that money, we don't achieve that outcomes. And that's simply because we've never worked with data. And I've been a long-term believer. My experience is that of both ease of doing business, creating competition among states, and aspirational district program. We were able to transform 112 districts of India simply because we were getting data on a real-time basis. We were making the districts compete and put that data in public domain. Every collector knew, every MLA knew, every MP knew whether his district is improving or going backward. So put that data in public domain. That was not possible when I was a collector. Data used to come 6 years back after you had left the district. But today you get it on real-time basis. Now put that data out and tell them that whether they are going up incrementally or going backward, name and shame them. Every district of India must be named and shamed. Every state of India must be named and shamed on performance. So data is key. That will improve governance. That don't go with unnecessary issues of we need more money, we need more finance. No, it's not about money. It's about the failure of governance. It's the failure to access data and putting it out in public domain and naming and shaming those who do not perform. And those who do not perform, they must be made an example of, saying that you have failed to deliver here. That, to my mind, is key. The second, and therefore, I'm a believer in data. And data is the only way you will help to improve outcomes. And India needs to improve outcomes. But on issues of education and health, because we are a large country, we are a 1.4 billion people, you need to improve learning outcomes across subjects. Across subjects, if you do not, your learning outcomes are very, very, very poor. You need to improve them sharply. And I'm a great believer in technology. Today, it's possible for us on a minute-to-minute basis, put out that the students use the power of artificial intelligence and tell the students that you conduct tests on a regular basis. These are slow-moving indicators. Education is a slow-moving indicator. Health is a slow-moving indicator. But if you are constantly taking tests on a month-to-month basis on an outcome and putting it out in public domain and using the power of artificial intelligence, you'll be able to say whether this student has moved up in education, this student has moved up in maths, in physics, in chemistry, in history, they've moved up or down or not. Put that for the state, entire state, out in public domain. And then you will force the teacher. The teachers are not teaching, they are not working on outcomes, and the students are failing to deliver. But if you put that data out on a month-to-month basis, whether the student has moved from 40 marks to 45 marks or not, 50 marks or not, then you are shaming the teacher. The teacher will be forced to come, the teacher will be forced to teach, the teacher, the parent, the student, all will combine to improve the learning outcome. Use the power of technology. That is, to my mind, the key.
So technology, transparency, leading to that transformation. So Karthik wants to go first and before the Chief Secretary. Whichever way. Yeah, Karthik,
I'm just picking up on all three sets of questions. I think on the public finance, on state public finances, at one level, I think because there's the RBI mechanism and there are limits on borrowing, one of the interesting things is even though states' actual fiscal health varies a lot, the bond market spread is not that high across states' borrowing rates, and that reflects the RBI mechanism whereby the debt is senior. So I think I'm not worried so much about the sustainability of the debt. What I do think is important to focus on is the quality of the expenditure, right? And so it's not the level. We look at sustainability of kind of the macro fiscal level. And quality is not just saying CapEx is good, revenue X is bad. I think that's kind of too crude, right? So you really need to look at the details of the expense. And one of the frameworks I talk about is you can look at every major spending item through a lens of both equity and efficiency. So, even with welfare schemes, okay, so it's not correct to call all of them freebies, because there are some welfare schemes that actually improve productivity, but there are others that actually hurt, okay? So the details really matter. I think coming to then Naushad's question, so here's the bad news and the good news. Okay, the bad news is there is no silver bullet, right? So I think it's a mistake to say what's the one thing, because if you are a CEO running a company, the company can fail for many, many, many reasons. You can fail for bad product, for bad finance, for bad marketing, for bad, so like any healthy organization needs a lot of things to come together, right? So which is why building effective public systems is not a silver bullet. So I fully agree, for example, on data, but one of the reasons data then doesn't translate into accountability is people are transferred every 12 months. And so who are you going to hold accountable, right? So there is this interplay between the data, the performance measurement, the performance management, so that requires, again, a systems view on how do you make public systems work better. So I think it's important to recognize there is no silver bullet, but it's not like undoable. It is not rocket science, right? It just requires systematic focus on what is important as opposed to just what's urgent. Now, that being said, Naushad, I will give you good news of one thing. If you said what is one thing that I think based on evidence is immediately scalable, at least over the next 5 years, is the evidence shows that putting an extra Anganwadi worker focused on preschool education could be one of the highest impact ROI investments we can make as a country. Because the early childhood, everything is brain development, cognitive function, so much happens in that early stage. And Indian ICDS is the largest early childhood care system in the world, caters to 80 million children, but it's staffed with one worker who's handling everything from preschool education to maternal counseling to nutrition to filling 14 different records. So if you just look at the time used, we've done this large-scale study in Tamil Nadu where you put an extra worker focusing on preschool education, and with a randomized control trial, we find that not only did this dramatically improve learning, we also got substantial reduction in malnutrition because you were saving the time of the existing worker to focus more on health. So if there is one thing that I think will help with both health, education, female labor force participation, creating role model effects by increasing jobs for women in rural communities, I think that would be as close to an evidence-backed simple thing that I would say we could scale. I think to Debjani's last point, again, I couldn't agree more, but what I want to highlight, though, is this is where, when we talk about taking the nation to get forward together, we really need to be thoughtful about harmonizing central and state initiatives, okay? And so what we start seeing in many cases, and I've seen this in states, right, where there are well-intentioned central efforts to collect data, okay, but that data system doesn't accommodate state-level schemes, and so the state will be running its own system to capture its own data, and I've often seen that the poor frontline worker is now expected to fill data in two systems. And if you do the time use, you're actually making things worse. So thinking there about saying, here is the data we need at the national level. Why can't you have an API to grab that data so that you can build that on top of a state system as opposed to duplicating? So I think in government, there is a lot of technology initiatives, but there's not enough product thinking, okay? So you get a very large number of white elephant tech projects that are procured IT systems, and then the person who procured it is gone by the time the system is done, so a lot of the offline processes are then moved online. So you need to then think through the process flow re-engineering with the technology to get to full potential. So again, there are no silver bullets, right? But there is no escaping getting into the details. But that being said, coming back to first principles of federalism, the functions that benefit from scale should sit at the national level. The functions that need to customize locally need to sit locally. And you need to build architectures that both leverage the scale and allow that customization. And that's the principle, but that requires a lot of thinking on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you. While we are sitting here talking, it also, the position I am in, we or others are, we also wear two hats. So as I'm speaking, logically the question arises, why aren't you doing it? I mean, it's an ask from everybody. There's no political dispensation in the country or in the states who stops you from doing this. Broadly, who don't want development. And there's been a fundamental change in the country in the sense that people have started rewarding, even electorally, good governance. So I'll say that at least there's no, there's a compatibility of thought and incentives in terms of what you have to do. Right now, the systems we have, there are legacy issues, but the fact is, and the shift we have to do, if you ask me how our activity is done, I would still say maybe there's a preponderance of personality-driven rather than systemic-driven results, which means that there's a lot of uncertainty, there's a lot of, let's say, dependence on persons rather than systems. And if I have never calculated it, but if I can put it, the ratio of personality-driven as an average across the country to systems would be 60-40. I think we need to shift to something like a 90% substance and 10% personality in terms of governance. That's the largest shift we want to make. Finances, at least our state is well off, but two fundamental issues which I just wanted to raise. One is, yes, we don't have as a state a system or the capacity to undertake a quality of expenditure study. Does this extra money go into capex? Does it go there? Does it go into this scheme? Does it go into education? What is the marginal return? And I think that's something which will help state governments. And it's a very useful thing. Second, there are certain, let's say, democratic compulsions and some commitment devices in things like that. For example, you have the FRBM. Devices like that can help in terms of long-term management of prudent fiscal management or management of resources. And I'll use technology to give an example between how states and central can work together. The DPI, the digital public infrastructure we talk about, we've all heard of UPI. Now, no state has to work on it. No bank has to develop its own this thing. No wallet wala has to develop his whole thing. It's all standardized, it's centralized, it's made, there are protocols, there are standards, and it becomes so easy for people to come into it. And I think that architecture is so good that it can be used as something for IT, things like that, whatever you want to do. So, and here, the good part of it is that while you do things like standards and all can be done centrally at a common level so that everybody doesn't have to work on it, the states have their autonomy because it's a federated kind of an architecture. So you have your data, you customize, you can do things on that. Plus, since it's available, people can innovate on that. And there are so many examples the country has shown. UPI is such a prime example. It's gone international. It's been there. It's doing in agriculture. It started. Health, it's there. Education, it's there. So I think that actually defines a good systemic approach. Otherwise, you had hundreds of people working on, like you mentioned, ma'am, about silos, about data being there, not of a standard, not talking to each other. Half the time we are spending on that, and there's no point. But if you can have, you will bring in efficiency, you will ensure just by design that everything is interoperable and we can talk. While this is done centrally, the states play a role and you can innovate and you have your autonomy and federation, a federated this thing. The third thing I'd like to point about is, yes, capacity of human resources, like when we discuss technology, when we talk about AI, or let's say talk about green hydrogen, or let's talk about semiconductors, we find that the general knowledge which is available in the bureaucracy, in the governance is not, the gap between that and the knowledge frontier is, I would say, needs to be bridged. How we do it, what we do it is there, because ultimately the decision making has to be done at a level. One can't do it, one can't do suboptimal decision making if you don't do that. I think that's one common area where we need to work. How do we do it? How do we bring it about so that that decision making does? Coming to education, which was raised, I think two fundamental things where we can focus on. Karthik is an expert, he's been working in that area. But that foundation and literacy and numeracy, that's one area where it's there in the new education policy. It can make a fundamental difference at the right age to people if we can crack that, improve that ability so that in future they improve. And the second thing which I would like to quote an example from Orissa is with ITS Singapore, we set up a World Skilling Center. Now this is, and here I would say that what's necessary for Viksit Bharat is a change from a domestic mindset to a global mindset. A growth mindset, but a global mindset, where we take, our thought, our processes, our systems should be of a level that we are able to compete globally. Just to give you a small example of this World Skill Center, we did it with ITS Singapore, so it's not like our ITIs, not like that. They came in, they've taken our faculty, they've gone to the ITIs, but it's designed for a very higher level of skills, where there is a huge demand, like escalators, like mechatronics, fields like that. We are planning to bring in, because India is going to invest in semiconductors, semiconductor skills in that. And that has had a ripple effect down the line. So I think why I am saying this is because in education, along with FLN, I think it's very important, the graduates who are coming out of our universities or ITIs, it's important that they get jobs with good wage rates. And that will only come when there's a market demand for that. And for that, it may not be local, but I think for the next decades with the demographic dividend, we should think global. I have seen advertisements, government of Norway, government of Germany, advertisements where I think it was mentioned about 85,000 euros for basic skills, if you know that language. So I think there's a lot, since we have surplus, let's say manpower, that could be one way, increasing our remittances, just one way, a pathway as we move out of poverty. So in education, I think getting skilling linked to the market and the shift in the education sector broadly, and for the primary, below primary level, the FLN approach would pay dividends, I think. Thank you.
I think I must appreciate that phenomenal center built up by in Orissa on skills, and have seen it very closely and really admired the way ITE and Orissa's collaborated to make that happen and happen so well. And that really talks about how global excellence can be achieved even at the state level, and so much necessary. And I'd really like to invite the panel's views on that global excellence and that aspiration of states at some point in time. But I want to also change a little bit of the discussion to an area, and remember Karthik from your fraternity, another gentleman, well known, Michael Porter, who had talked about competitive advantage, right? And now today we have most of our states wanting to be involved in, from safety pins to rocket launcher, everything, manufacturing all over. I don't know how do you see that? Like your comments on that, and unless we are really focused on what is the competitive advantage of that state, pursue it. Here's a man sitting who started God's own country, and look at the way the results came over there. But have we botched it up, or have we taken forward, is something up for judgment. The second aspect, is been, we spoke about fiscal and we've seen a huge infrastructure build up in India. Again, Mr. Kant was, I remember working with him even when he started the DMIDC project, and we have seen phenomenal national level connect and infrastructure build up. Other states investing into that last mile or that state level infrastructure spend, which is so critical and important, which will then help them move away from that subsidy-based attraction and be prudent again. And my last point is really, we had seen a very successful reform in India, the tax reform through the GST. That's where all states participated, folded in to look at things together. Can it really be taken forward in ways like in the factor markets, as we had discussed a little earlier? Why can't there be GST-like councils for labor, for agriculture, for power? I want to leave these questions for the panel, but let me be democratic and see if there are two very short, quick questions. There could be a mic quickly over here, please.
We have certain leakages. One is we are spending a huge amount on the prisoners. So we are spending big amount on an individual prisoner, which is more than the minimum wages of skilled in a particular state. Second, re-employment is creating unemployment in certain areas, and the gap between rich and poor is increasing day by day. So what steps or measures we have taken to remove the same or to reduce it?
Right. I'll have the Chief Secretary first, Karthik second, and then wrap it up with the Sherpa.
On the issues which you mentioned about Michael Porter and the competitive, what is that, strategy of nations or competitive of nations? I think the example you talked about, tourism in Kerala, is something where the government in a way stepped in with the private sector and created comparative advantage. And that's the point I am making. For example, today, if I sit in Odisha, I would say that if you take tourism, we are no less endowed than Kerala. But it may be issues like basic hygienic standards, or maybe we just have one or two places, or there are some, things missing which doesn't make it viable for the private sector perhaps to come in at that level. So what the government needs to do, and I think that's very fundamental to governance also, but how can we look at these areas, pick up these areas and create that advantage? And that is a part of good governance, but I think that's fundamentally, and that's right up in the radar for the state of Odisha, picking up these areas, finding out what has to be done and doing that. And I think once the private sector comes in, it will grow up on its own. You also mentioned about things like GST. I think that's a very good idea. If reforms have to be done and if we take a decade to do them, it's an opportunity cost. We've lost so much in terms of money, in terms of GDP and all. And being a democratic country, I think consensus or cooperative federalism plays a very important role. The GST has given us a very good model, an institutional model, where we can bring disagreements or different viewpoints on a common forum and then move ahead. Then there's a buy-in from everybody. I think that's a very good suggestion, and the point still remains that how do we accelerate reforms? There is something with the central government, something with the state government, and like I said, the necessity, if we all agree this has to be done for growth, then the quicker we do it, the better. We need an institutional mechanism, and these councils are there for that. The issue which you raised about prisoners and inequality, and the third point was? Yeah, re-employment. You see, if you see our population, fundamentally, there's going to be a lot of churning in terms of people moving from one sector to another, somebody getting re-employment, getting out of the market. But the fact is that you should have a basic number of jobs, a growing economy, which creates those jobs. And that can be done. You know, these micro issues would always be there. I mean, you can't control it. Maybe you can have welfare nets. But beyond that, the government can't. Our job is to, like I said, facilitate growth to the extent possible where the private sector comes in and they create. So jobs are created. So like plants will close down, factories will close down, they'll be churning there. Prisoners, I'm not very much aware, but we also answer the Supreme Court where they say, look after the prisoners very well. So, you know, maybe it's a cost. I mean, that's a law and order issue. There can be ways where we have a state which works in a manner, less criminals are there. I mean, there are bigger issues involved in that. I wouldn't like to really go into it. Inequality, yes, it's an issue, and I think the state should be concerned. How do we do it? And you would find that a lot of states have put in welfare measures, and they bring in equity in many ways, in many interventions which are made to address this issue. So the governments are well aware, and I think the democratic process itself also, you know, electoral, this thing also makes it that the states do give focus on equality as a part of their growth strategy.
Thank you. So I'll just make, just picking up on Chandrajit's points. So on comparative advantage, see, I think I have a slightly different view in the following way, right? Which is, I think too much of our focus on the jobs and productivity agenda focuses on sectors, okay? Which is what sectors should we focus on? I think we will do better as a country to focus on what are the frictions that are common to all sectors and all companies, right? So, because the truth is that, comparative advantage matters on the margin, okay? But when your cost of doing business with regulatory cholesterol, with our law, so I'll give you a very simple, powerful study recently, right? So a PhD student at UC Berkeley did a study on district court backlogs in India and estimated that every extra district court judge is able to clear another 200 cases a year. But importantly, 60 to 70% of those cases are land and credit, okay? So these are factors of production that are locked up without being used. And so she estimates that the total increase in economic activity is about 30 times the cost of that judge. And the increase in the tax revenue is 6 times just from the GST. So that's an example of such low-hanging fruit that is going to help every sector, okay? So personally, I get nervous when we talk too much about sectoral prioritization because that's also a backdoor entry for lobbying for that particular sector. So I would like governments to think much more about frictions and how do we improve kind of ease of doing business for every sector, okay? So, and there are metrics you can track, right? You can track kind of court cases. You can track outstanding payments. So one of the ironies is often the government is the biggest kind of late payer in terms of causing cost of working capital. On the other side, you have credit schemes through MSMEs. So, you're giving out money, but you could solve that more effectively by just kind of solving these frictions. So I think one of the things I talk about, and the other problem which has been referred to by Devjani as well, is how much government, however well-intentioned you are, works in silos, okay? And so the job creation agenda is really something that requires an all-of-government integrated integrated view that is tracking certain key metrics of underlying frictions. And I think that's going to be a more productive way to kind of, move the country forward. Because that's one point. Second point is, in terms of just this kind of last mile and connectivity and infrastructure, again, I think we are such a large country that there's benefits and economies of scale from certain national frameworks, but you really want to kind of optimize locally. So I'll give you an example where I think we're slightly kind of going off first best. I don't think we need 50 metro systems, okay, in like tier 2 and tier 3 cities, because urban planning estimates are very clear that the metro locks you in, okay? So in a growth phase, you're much better doing buses, because the buses are much more flexible. So that's then an example of how do you build out that last mile connectivity in a way that's both cost effective and flexible. So but because it's a shiny thing and every state wants its few metros, and then you distribute that. So those are then examples again of how you want to put cost effectiveness, bring in that discipline of estimating the return on investment and allocating capital that way. But yeah, and the last point is, I was just going to say, I think states are still competing too much based on incentives, and that's a zero-sum game, because the companies are also smart and going around shopping for who will give them the biggest incentive, but that's going from the taxpayer to the shareholder. Now, in some cases, there are positive spillovers if you bring a marquee Apple or, and then you get a supply chain ecosystem, so it makes sense. But for the most part, I would really urge both states and industry, right? So CII working groups should be really looking at frictions and giving state governments a list of saying, here is the menu of what you can do, and then focus at the state. The last point I do want to make, sorry, going to the GST example, I would actually argue the opposite way, okay, which is GST needed nationwide coordination because you were trying to create a single market. Okay? There are a lot more reforms that we should actually encourage more local experimentation rather than wait for national consensus, right? Because the way the Chinese reform was make it reduce because you're doing much more procurement from some states. So if you want to get the structural transformation and get people out of agriculture, then you need to say that this MSP structure was put in place in the 1960s when we cared about food security, but it's kind of outlived its utility from a structural transformation perspective. But you can't start that conversation if it is seen as taking away a benefit, right? So then you need, where the GST example I think is relevant, is these complex reforms, you need to get the economics right, you need to get the politics right, and you need to get the trust right, okay? So the GST process I think is very useful as a template for how did you get people, how did you hear all the concerns, how did you navigate, and then how did you build the trust by having a constitutional amendment that guaranteed a certain amount of revenue growth, right? So that I think is a useful model. If tomorrow the GOI wants to look at its procurement bill and saying which are the states that are disproportionately benefiting from this, and I want to reform this, you want to keep it fiscally neutral, okay? It's not about saving money, it's about getting the prices right to accelerate the structural transformation, and I think the GST example gives us a good template for how do you kind of get the economics, the politics, and the trust correct for complex reforms.
Thank you. So the last word to you, Mr. Kant.
No, first of all, I think this has been a fascinating session because Manoj has brought in a lot of his perspective from the state level, and he's worked in Government of India as Agriculture Secretary. So he has a very good perspective of the center and the state. And Karthik has been a great academician who's looked at outcomes and data and produced a great book. So I think we've all benefited. I'll just touch upon 3 or 4 key issues. One is that last mile is critical. You know, when I took over as Secretary Tourism, before me the model was of what Haryana had done in tourism, and Mr. S.K. Mishra had done a lot of great work in tourism, and he had created resorts in Haryana by names of birds, guest houses, lakes, etc., all were created. This was state-driven model. The minute Mr. S.K. Mishra left, and he was one of the most outstanding officers, the politicians and bureaucrats just captured those guest houses for booking. So, and when I became Tourism Secretary in Kerala, for me it was a punishment posting. You know, nobody ever traveled to Kerala. It was not known as a tourism destination. I had fought with the state government. I was without a posting for 10 months. The state said this is the worst posting that can be given to this officer. But my view was very clear that tourism is a private sector activity. All houseboats, all resorts, everything must be done by the private sector. But the last mile, that is the jetties, the roads to those jetties, the access to resorts must be provided by the state government. And the marketing of the destination must be the state government, but with private sector participation. So the last mile was provided by us, and that enabled us, Kerala to take off as a tourism destination. And therefore, last mile by the state is critical for private sector to take off. But allow the private sector to grow and flourish. Long-term success of any enterprise is possible only and only with the private sector. The government can't do business. That must be clear to all of us. The second point I want to make is that, and I'm making this point about private sector because states keep getting into areas which should be driven by the private sector. The second point I want to make is that at $4 trillion economy, we've reached a stage of growth where whatever we do, and this point was made by Manoj, whatever we do has to be world class. No second class work. Now, to do world class work, this requires good planning. This requires bringing in the best planners. This requires us to bring in detailed engineering before we crack the work. That's tough work. Getting world-class planning, doing detailed engineering on drainage, sewage, solid waste, all that to world-class level requires a lot of hard work. But that adds about 40 to 50% of the value of the project to my mind, and that gives you longevity of the project and brings you on world-class power. It's very important that we focus on growth. And, very few countries have been able to grow at high rates. If you want to be a $30 trillion economy, you need to grow at 9% plus for the next 3 decades. Now, 9% plus for 3 decades has only been achieved by 3 countries: Japan, Korea, and China in recent times. All other countries have fallen in the middle income trap. Now, to grow at that level will require a lot of structural reforms. It will require clarity of that private sectors to drive growth. And thirdly, that there has to be ease of doing regulatory reforms of a very large type, including in regulatory bodies. Now, if you are able to grow at that stage, the democratic polity of India will ensure that this is inclusive growth. Have no doubt in this, that politicians will not be able to come back to power without inclusive growth. I mean, like every election you are seeing women, schemes for women. And for the first time, elections are being won because of schemes for women. So the labor participation ratio of India has jumped up from 27% to 42% because there's a huge focus on women and Prime Minister's focus on women-led development. The politicians will ensure inclusive growth, balanced growth, if we are able to grow at high rates. And therefore, our emphasis must be to achieve the goals the Prime Minister has set out, that from $4 trillion, we must go on to become a $30 trillion economy, and therefore growth is necessary and it's critical for India, and that India must be able to achieve this vision of being a developed economy by 2047. And without that, we'll neither have growth nor will we be inclusive. We can't be distributing poverty. We have to distribute growth, and therefore growth has to be the key factor. Thank you very much.
So as we close this session, the key takeaways, lots of inputs, lots of work to do, both by the state governments, by institutions like us and others. So the key points being trust 2 ways, trust and partnership between the business, the government, and the civil society, building world-class, being world-class for any facet that was really discussed, cooperative and competitive federalism, which our Prime Minister had talked about quite some time back. That's one key to for the success and growth and inclusive growth which will automatically have reforms built in it for Viksit Bharat 2047. May I really thank you, the panelists, Mr. Amitav Kant, Mr. Manoj Ahuja, Dr. Karthik Muralidharan, for giving us such great inputs and great thoughts on how we can move forward on this very important subject. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in thanking the panelists very warmly.
Thank you, CB. CB, can I request you to hand over a token of appreciation to all our esteemed panelists, please? Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have another session coming up, and we will start with it as soon as we have set the stage for it. We'll give us 2-3 minutes, and we'll be back with the next session.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we can request everybody to grab your tea and coffee quickly and come back to the seat, we are almost set for the next session. Thank you for being such a wonderful audience. I hope you've had a moment to stretch and just stand up, because this again promises to be a very interesting session. So please do come back to your seats and, if possible, stay within the hall. Yeah. May we request all our delegates to come back and take their seats, please. We are ready to go with our next session. Thank you for being such a wonderful audience. Hope we can continue the same spirit throughout the evening. Please do head back to your seats. We are waiting for the speakers to come in as soon as the house is in order. Can you tell me how to do it? Yeah? Only the green. Okay. So when? Okay, for the people. Okay. I wonder if they are doing the presentation. Is there anybody here? Two of them.
First one is this one.
Narayan. Okay, got you. Will do. Ladies and gentlemen, may we request you to come back to your seat, please. We are waiting for all of you to be settled before we can get our speakers in. Like I said, thank you for being such a wonderful audience throughout. For our wonderful, wonderful delegates, I hope we can continue the theme and the spirit of being engaged in these discussions for the rest of the evening as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to start our new session. Please, can you come back? I warmly welcome the next set of speakers, Dr. V. Anant Nageshwaran. Namaskar, sir. Very welcome. Dr. Anjali Majumdar, Mr. Narayan Vaidyanathan, Dr. M. Vidyasagar, Mr. Shekhar Sivasubramaniam, Professor Mikolai Jan Piskorowski, Debjani Ghosh, Sri S. Krishnan. And once all of you have taken your seat, I would be very happy to hand this over to our session chair and moderator, Dr. V. Anant Nageshwaran, to take it forward. A very warm welcome to all our speakers and the panel. And Dr. V. Anant Nageshwaran, may we request you to take it forward? Yes, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think it is quite tempting to say that CII has kept the best for the last. I'm told that Secretary Mr. Krishnan will be joining us very shortly. The title of this session is The Threat and Opportunity from Technology, Being Thoughtful. Or I could have added being thoughtful, careful, purposeful about artificial intelligence. Given that there is so much to be said, both in terms of the potential, the possibilities for good and bad, no wonder CII has packed this session with a chairperson plus 7 panelists or experts. I have 9 minutes according to the screen in front of me for my opening remark. Let me see if I can give back some 3-4 minutes given the number of people we have to my fellow panelists. Going back to, let's say, between 1980 and 83, when I was an undergraduate student in Madurai, I remember going for an intercollegiate competition at the Regional Engineering College, Trichy, REC Trichy, Tiruchirappalli, as they used to call. And my team from American College, Madurai, made it to the finals of the debating competition. And the topic given to us was, in the finals, I still remember that very well, if God did not exist, would it be necessary to invent him? So I remembered that question as I was driving to this hall this afternoon. So if AI did not exist, would it be necessary to invent it? Would have been the question I would have posed 2 years ago or even 5 years ago. But now that's a bit of a moot question because it is there with us. But that question makes me think about what is it that in the state of the world, in the state of the global economy or society that made it necessary for this technology to emerge. You might even wonder this entire frame or framing of this issue on my part is flawed, and I'm deliberately making it that way. Because technological innovation, inventions happen not because there is a particular problem to solve. If that turns out to be the case, that is serendipitous. Technological evolution doesn't necessarily arise as a response to some set of problems. That is one way of looking at it. But once they evolve on their own, it is natural that they give rise to both costs and benefits, depending on the horizon over which you evaluate its utility. Sometimes given sufficiently long horizon, its negative manifestations may surface, or the negative manifestations may be there in the short run, but they may get ironed out through public policy collaboration, trial and error, societal responses, etc. So now, in the developed world, one can say, for example, with aging populations and lack of additions to labor force, there is a good case for technology and something that replaces both white and blue collar or semi-blue, semi-white collar workers with technology. Maybe this is what the doctor ordered. Or for that matter, as the initial briefing remarks given to me say, that artificial intelligence has tremendous potential in healthcare, in agriculture, in finance, in terms of making access to finance easier, or for that matter, in collecting taxes, etc. So whether we like it or not, it is there as a technology, and therefore we better work on making it work for all of us, minimizing its downside, and maximizing its potential, and ensuring that its downside, particularly for a labor-intensive economy like ours, because when you see headlines such as a company which had a 40 times growth in transactions ended up laying off 60% of its staff because AI enabled them to do so, doesn't make for very encouraging headlines. And this was one such headline a month ago in the newspapers. So, in order to debate all these dimensions, from a Western angle, from a developing country angle, from a policymaker's angle, from an academic's angle, and from a scientist's angle, we have Dr. Vidyasagar there, who was also in the corporate world and in the academic world. So we have a very eminent set of panelists. Each of them have been given 10 minutes. And given the background with which they come from, Dr. Anjali Mazumdar is from the point of view of a think tank research institution. Mr. Narayan Vaidyanathan is from the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants. Dr. Vidyasagar, as I mentioned, Fellow of the Royal Society, and SERB National Science Chair and Distinguished Professor at IIT Hyderabad. Mr. Shekhar Subramaniam, Professor Piskorski, he told me not to bother pronouncing the first name. He said, please call me Professor Piskorski, that's fine, so I'm doing that. Otherwise, I don't want to mangle up his first name. Then Ms. Debyani Ghosh, formerly with NASSCOM, now with the Distinguished Fellow with Niti Aayog, and Mr. Krishnan, who will be arriving very shortly, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. So I don't think we could have asked for a better panel in terms of the depth and versatility of experience and expertise. So in the order in which the names are listed in the sheet in front of me, I'm going to call upon Dr. Anjali Mazumdar to share her initial thoughts. I'm glad that I gave back 4 minutes and 12 seconds to my panelists. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I've enjoyed my time here so far with some of the sessions that I've attended to get different perspectives. I'm going to start off with saying I'm not an economist. And I say that in part because yesterday I found that I was surrounded by economists and couldn't quite contribute from that perspective. I do have a technical grounding coming from computer science and statistics, but have also dabbled in sort of human rights and law, which means that the work that I do is at the intersection of really research, policy, and practice. And I'll give you my perspective and the way that I have approached the current work that I do at the Alan Turing Institute. So, as we heard, of course, that AI is transforming societies and economies, and it really underpins many other technologies and has proliferated society. So whether we realize it or not, it has already been a part of our complex ecosystem of how we interact with different systems, whether that be healthcare, transportation, justice, healthcare. And it's also informing our understanding of science, medicine, climate, development, amongst others. And of course, we can see this with the recent Nobel Prize winners. I'm going to put forth two considerations that tend to direct some of my work, which is recognizing that developing and operationalizing AI technologies requires considerable material infrastructures, which can have complicated geopolitical implications. And the functionalities of AI are produced by many actors and firms working together in supply chains and networks with various business structures, materialities, logics, geographies, technological and labor implementations. And these are not always visible to the actors or stakeholders in the supply chain or ecosystem. And these systems, which I refer to as socio-technical interventions, have often demonstrated to be biased and discriminatory. Why? Because these systems are based on data of our own making, data based on decisions we've made, how we've chosen to collect the data and on whom, and in the ways that we have done so, which often means that we're doing this based on incomplete information. So if these systems are not designed, developed, deployed, and governed carefully, there is a risk that AI and related technologies risk doing more harm than good to communities within a state and across the world, exacerbating inequality, infringing on human rights, and being unlawful. So my work aims at requiring that we need both technical and other mechanisms for ensuring that systems and their operators behave appropriately, aligning with human rights and meeting legal and governance requirements. But similarly, legal and governance and other interventions must be aligned with technical realities in such a dynamic normative environment. So I'd bring about sort of case studies of what I've worked on, such as digital identity systems, but in the humanitarian sector. And how did this differ from deploying digital identity systems just for your states and residents? This gets complicated because it's recognizing whether or not you recognize as a state certain individuals as refugees or illegal migrants. And that determines whether or not they have a functional or a foundational identity that they have access to, which gives them access to services. And when, as much as these systems can provide inclusion, there is also a risk of discrimination and surveillance, so going beyond how these systems are used. And also that it's recognizing that it's not fully inclusive, that even if it does, that often they are challenged by various know your customer KYC sort of issues in terms of a financial perspective. So we need to recognize that there are much more complicated systems and structures that need to be considered when we're developing a system. It's also to recognize that one of the massive, big sort of approaches around AI is this part around discrimination. And bias mitigation has been one of the largest focus around this. And one of these approaches is around participation. Participatory AI or machine learning in our space, but there's always a risk of participatory washing. So a lot of my work has focused around developing frameworks and approaches to how we can do meaningful participation, recognizing who the stakeholders are, but who are most impacted by these systems and including them. There is a question about when they are included and in what ways, so that they understand that there is some sort of meaningful contribution to what they say and that we're not further exploiting them. This also requires that while we're investing in innovation, that we also invest in participation in order to scale, in order to ensure that these systems are inclusive and to understand what the diverse needs and perspectives are. The other focus for me in particular has been recognizing that while systems are being developed, some by large corporations and others by small corporations, that they are being transferred to other geographies and local contexts. And that often what is more important is to work with local communities and actually their ability to build their own systems. So for instance, working with colleagues in Argentina around generative AI and health, it's working with the machine learning community there, or in South Africa, so that they understand how to incorporate challenges and issues around apartheid that others that aren't in that context would necessarily understand or recognize. And so part of this is to recognize, if we're going to be inclusive, is not just transplanting technologies across the board, but is really working with local communities on building these systems for them. So the three sort of main pillars that I tend to focus on as driving this work is around accountability, inclusion, and rights, which I believe will help to ensure that the way that we develop these systems are more human-centered. I do sort of recognize, though, that trying to build a system that is inclusive or that benefits all is actually a wicked problem. If we build a system, it might be inclusive, but it might have unequal impact for various groups in an inclusive way, and how much, and we need to determine what those values are and what we're trying to determine in a system and in an ecosystem as well. I think I will leave it there.
Thank you, Dr. Anjali Mazumdar. I think just I will leave one thought with you. You don't have to answer it right now. If picking on one of your earlier sentences, if AI learns from our data on our decisions which are based on our own information, biases, prejudices, customs, practices, etc., what is so different from how humans themselves learn from their own past decisions and behavior? Why should that be a major concern if this is how in general we all make our decisions? So I do expect some of the other participants to offer their, hopefully, a different perspective on this matter when their turn comes. So I'm going to turn to Mr. Maybe instead of having two persons from the United Kingdom follow one another, I'm going to break the order. I'll introduce an Indian in between. I will request Dr. Vidyasagar to make his initial remarks, and then I will call upon Mr. Narayanan Vaidyanathan. Please, Dr. Vidyasagar, please.
Where is the Twitter? Okay. I hope you can all see the slides. Yeah, no, that's fine. There's the forward and back. Yeah, thank you very much. Anant made some comment about some of the young people in the audience, which easily excludes me. I think I'm the oldest person here by a long margin. So I was told I have 7 minutes, now 8 minutes. So I made up some slides just to focus thoughts. So the starting point is, what is India doing in AI? I think people may or may not be aware. So in the February 2003 budget speech, the finance minister announced that we're going to set up 3 centers of excellence and finally, in October of 2024, that is 20 months later, the 3 centers were finally announced. Now, AI as a technology changes roughly every 6 months. So we have lost 3 intellectual generations from the time we made the announcement to the time that the centers were set up. This is really not acceptable. And what is the outlay? Well, it's 990 crore over 5 years for 3 centers. Now, there's an arithmetic mistake on this slide. So that is 66 crores per center per year. So that's about $8 million per center per year. This is almost like coffee and snacks budget at a major IT company. We're not going to make any impact at this kind of an outlay. We have to spend a minimum of 2,500 to 3,000 crores per year if we are to make an impact at all. Now, and what about the areas? The focus areas were agriculture, health, and sustainable cities. For me, the most glaring omission is, where is education? In my opinion, education is the area in which AI has the greatest potential, especially if you are talking about inclusivity, right? So the challenges in using AI in this particular context of promoting inclusion is, number 1, you have to develop the appropriate technologies, and number 2, you have to disseminate these technologies. So, if I were to ask the people in the audience, when you hear AI, what comes to your mind? Anybody wants to mention? Any brave souls? Well, I think everybody is too, yeah. I didn't hear what you said, unfortunately.
He said, in his mind, it reminds him that humans lack intelligence.
Okay. No, I was going on a different tack. So my point was that I think most people would say ChatGPT. That's what comes to their mind. It's a bit unfortunate because AI does not begin and end with ChatGPT. There's a whole lot of stuff out there that you can do outside ChatGPT. For example, autonomous navigation, self-driving cars. These are all examples. However, what we need is to develop some new technologies to make the AI applicable to humanity. Okay. Now, AI has very severe limitations if you use what is known as large language models. So ChatGPT is the name of the product that OpenAI has introduced. Chatbot is the generic name for that kind of technology, and large language models are the underlying science. So large language models are very, you can almost say wasteful of energy, and they're also very wasteful of computing resources. The two are not necessarily the same. So for example, when you ask ChatGPT a question, answering that question costs between $200 to $20 to $200. And there is no way you can scale that up to cover all of the potential applications. Also, the potential of AI is in what are known as edge devices. For example, your cell phones. There is no way you can run this kind of a model on a cell phone with limited battery power and also limited computing power. But the most important one is what I have put in the maroon color, which is the chatbot technology is primarily designed to give you plausible answers, not necessarily accurate answers. Because the whole modeling methodology is based on predicting the most likely output based on the past history. So this means it cannot be used, for example, for teaching subjects like physics and mathematics, where there is a right answer, but that means others are also wrong answers. So if you want to handhold children to learn the right technology, right answer, this is not necessarily the appropriate solution. So what is the correct solution? You have to marry large language modeling methodology with another thing called automated verification. Now, as our American friends say, there's good news and there's bad news. The bad news is that there's no technology at the moment that marries automated verification with large language model. The good news is fixing this gap requires only theoretical research. Therefore, it's not very costly. It does take time. I don't think you can get the answer tomorrow, but it's not very costly. So you have to invest in that. Okay, so my ambition, especially with the goal of promoting inclusion, which was the theme of this session, was the following. So one of the biggest problems in India is the primary and secondary education is very poor. The teachers are poor to non-existent. Textbooks are poor to non-existent. So we are essentially building a skyscraper on a foundation made of bamboo sticks. So this is not sustainable. So in order to address this, we have to provide high quality primary education and secondary education. And hiring more teachers is not the answer, because the new teachers you hire are not necessarily going to be competent. They just fill up the jobs. So what you have to do is to come up with some tools that will enable the students to learn at their own pace, verify whether they're doing things right or wrong, and adjust. It is not enough to say your answer is wrong. And if you are interested in doing this in the student's own mother tongue, the technology should be able to facilitate this. Okay? And if people want to switch to an English medium at some point in time, that should also be possible. So, with a few like-minded people, we have put together a proposal to make all these things possible. And aside from the technical researchers like myself, we have also identified some group that can field test these methodologies and give us valuable feedback. Developing this technology should cost no more than 300 to 500 crores over a 3-year period. Now, once the technology is developed, disseminating and popularizing it is a job of the government of India or other philanthropists. But this does exist, and in my opinion, this is something that we as a nation have to do. So with 13 seconds left, I better stop there, I guess. Thank you.
I think Dr. Vidyasagar focused on the existing AI limitations and in the current LLM chatbot-based models, and he's saying that making it more purposeful for education is feasible, and it is also not likely to be very costly. So we will take him up on that and how to develop that further, both from a policy and private sector perspective in our Q&A. Now I turn to Mr. Narayan Vaidyanathan, and thank you for your understanding for breaking up the order. Please, over to you for your remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have, I think I've got a slide loaded. Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm Narayanan. I'm with ACCA, which is the Association of Chartered Certified Accountants. For context, we're a professional member body. We provide a qualification in accountancy and finance, and we have about 500,000 students doing that qualification around the world, with about 70,000 students doing that qualification in India. So my perspective and our view on AI is from that lens of education and also the work that accountancy and finance professionals do. The topic of the discussion here is about being thoughtful about artificial intelligence. It's a good time to do that because this thing is scaling. It's already started scaling. It's going to scale even more. So it's a good time to be thoughtful. Being thoughtful is necessary, but not sufficient, and it needs to be accompanied by action as well. So in terms of making a starting point on being thoughtful, for us, there are two foundational principles about what being thoughtful looks like. The first is consideration for the public interest. So what I mean by that is the greatest good for the greatest number of people. The fact of the matter is that society is unequal. Those inequalities are deep. They're often long-running inequalities. And they're not specific to any one country. It's not just an India thing. It's a global thing. AI has an exponential characteristic to it. So if this is not thought through properly, existing inequalities will be exacerbated. They're going to get even worse. So it's really important to think about how the power of this technology is harnessed in that context. The second foundational principle for us in terms of being thoughtful is diverse multi-stakeholder involvement. What I mean by that is, so we're training accountancy and finance professionals. We're not AI people, we're not tech people. Does that mean that we shouldn't be part of the conversation? Absolutely not, because any use case in accountancy and finance is useless, and we've seen it firsthand, without that domain understanding of how it plays out in an accountancy and finance context. And that's just one example. There are people across society who understand different societal issues, different industries, different sectors, and all of them need to be brought along to create the right kind of solutions in a very inclusive way. That's when you're going to have the foundations to make this work properly. So when you put all that together in terms of navigating the way forward, and the topic also talks about threats and opportunities. So very quickly, so some high-level opportunities. One is it's probabilistic AI, right? So it learns bottom-up from the data. It makes it more dynamic than a rules-based software. The other thing is it can deal with unstructured data, right? So historically, particularly in accounting and finance, it's a lot of rows and columns and structured information, numbers. Now you've got text, you've got audio, you've got video. This is all new, and new sources of insight. Also, some high-level threats, bias in the training data is an issue. Dr. Anjali talked about it, so I'm not going to dwell on that. Trust and ethics is another big important factor. If you're getting something out of a system and nobody's able to tell you how it arrived at that conclusion, why is my loan application rejected, somebody else is accepted, and if there isn't a clear, transparent way of explaining that, that's going to erode trust, and that's going to affect scalability as well in the long run. So those are some high-level threats and opportunities, but I wanted to focus more on our domain, which is employment and education. So when we think about accountancy and finance, we see a lot of emerging use cases. So if you think about the audit process, right? Anomaly detection is something that we're seeing a lot of products in. If you've got millions of transactions, you want to figure out which ones look dicey, which ones look potentially fraudulent. There are some good products coming through the system to try and help with that. Generative AI is relatively picking up now, textual analysis. If you've got, again, in the audit workflow, you've got a contract, I don't know, on page 149, there's a termination clause that affects the risk profile of this company that you're looking at. And that's useful if you can do that at scale using generative AI products. But the one thing I would say is where we really see the value with the companies we talk to is in terms of the partnering between the human and the AI. We don't really see people that comfortable just leaving the AI to produce something on its own and trusting it without any other further involvement. So that human in the loop element, because often, first of all, there's something around business context and situational understanding. A lot of machine learning algorithms learn by looking at what's happened in the past in the training data. And often in many business situations, just because something was done a certain way in the past doesn't automatically mean it's what you want to do right now. So there's some things around that. There are things around ethical judgment. So for a variety of reasons, that partnering between the human and the technology is extremely important. And where we see the most powerful use cases are often where, in addition to the type of partnering I'm describing, there's also an embedding in the organization in terms of the organizational processes and in terms of being able to have governance and safeguards. That's when we see the most successful use cases coming through. But all of this partnering requires education and skills. Accounting people and finance people aren't trained in AI automatically. So there's a huge piece around education, and Dr. Vidyasagar also was referring to that. We see that in multiple ways. We actually, earlier, a few months ago, made a quick decision to do a online education seminar for our stakeholders on AI. And to our surprise, 20,000 people turned up for it. So that tells us there's a huge hunger to learn within our domain. Within our qualification in accountancy, we've started including information about AI, which is something we wouldn't have done 5, 7, 10 years ago. And this speaks a little bit to my point at the start around we need to take action alongside being thoughtful. I think some of the things around the content of what we teach is one side of it. The other side of it is around delivery mechanisms. One of the things we find interesting with AI is that historically with technology, there's been a trade-off, right? Between if you want volume, then you have to standardize. And if you want to customize, then you need to reduce your volume. AI is the first technology in the education space we've seen where you can personalize at scale. So we're doing a lot of stuff around exploring adaptive learning for a huge number of learners around the world. We've also set up a chatbot so that we have 24/7 fairly intelligent support that we can provide to our students and pointing them to different types of study resources and materials. So ultimately, the way we see this whole journey is that we don't really see AI as, we're not tech evangelists who think technology is the answer to everything under the sun. And we also don't think that there's a doomsday scenario where AI is going to blow up, where we hope it's not going to blow up everything. So our general instinct is to see practical solutions somewhere in the middle ground. That's where we think there's value. That's where we think the organizations we speak to see value for us to relearn, unlearn, retrain. It's inevitable that there will be some disruption, particularly at the lower end of more routine tasks. But we see a huge opportunity also to partner with the technology, to retrain, and to also move up the skills value chain, to be doing more and more insight-driven work and interesting work alongside supporting all of our stakeholders in the organizations that we work with from an accounting and finance point of view. So I think I'm just about coming up to time, but happy to discuss further as we go along. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vaidyanathan. You said AI could be used for education purposes. It can be personalized and at scale. And Dr. Vidyasagar said the existing technology allows you to give plausible answers where it is not, therefore it is not good to teach subjects which require precise answers rather than plausible answers. So we need to vary. But I also wondered, in the lighter vein, you put one slide as way forward and then you made that man stand at the beginning of that square and he never moved forward. So are we in that position vis-a-vis AI? I mean, that we are all lost? Is that, what is the message you were trying to convey? Maybe we can come back to that later. Okay. So now I turn to, I welcome Mr. Saranya Krishnan, the Secretary, Ministry of Electronics, Information and Technology. Just to bring him up to date, we have had 3 speakers so far. Dr. Anjali Mazumdar, Dr. Vidyasagar, followed by Mr. Vaidyanathan. So now I invite Mr. Shekhar Subramaniam. Do you have any presentation? No. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. So I'll begin by saying we are an Applied AI Institute, and I will uncover the aspects of thoughtfulness, but the first principle is that you learn AI by doing AI. We are in the social space, and by definition, my market is the rural population, the underserved population in India. We release our solutions to that world. So when you are in that space, the responsibility and the thinking process in terms of everything that you do is significantly magnified. Because your end user is not going to be a person who may be able to clearly articulate their problems. So the first principle that we use is to listen very carefully and to understand the problems that are encountered by the individuals for whom we are trying to use AI. So the first principle, I'll use these as aphorisms because I'll not have time. We do so much AI, there's a lot to discuss on this. The first principle is when you're doing AI, don't talk about AI, just talk about the problem. Make sure that you focus exclusively on understanding the entire problem thoroughly, which means you have to be unbiased. And that's where biases emerge. You have to be very careful about your past, and you have to not translate your past experience arbitrarily into problem solving. You have to have the intellect to be able to apply on the problem. You have to listen and understand. We call it proximal dialogues. An enormous amount of time needs to be spent in understanding the situations in which AI will work. That's the first part of being thoughtful. Because if you define the problem with clarity in a nuanced manner, by recognizing what AI can and cannot do, and in many instances, you may go in with the theory that AI will solve this problem, but it will not. You need a simple rule-based system. You need a simple alternate technology. So because you have a hammer, don't look for nails. Look for the problem and then the solution. The second principle that we use is the design of the construct of AI. We don't worry too much about the details of AI. We have all the scientists that can solve that. AI is not a rule-based system. Therefore, by definition, systems like this will have a residual error rate. What does that mean? Even with the accuracy or whatever prediction mechanics of 99%, 1% in 100 will get the wrong answer. As far as that person is concerned, AI didn't work for them. You have to think of that as part of your solution. Once more, this has less to do with the AI algorithm and the methodology and the data. It's a lot more to do with systems thinking. I will invoke Peter Senge from MIT. You have to think at a systemic level to understand what are the principal problems that AI can solve in a very thoughtful and careful manner. Third, contextual data. The ability to be able to ensure that your data accurately reflects the environment of deployment is extremely important. Therefore, successful AI inverts it. Successful AI says deployment first. Think deployment. Don't worry about the AI. It is your deployment environment that will give you the constraints, the difficulties, the challenges, the way you have to solve the problem. If you kick that ball down the field and think that you've got a very good solution in a controlled environment, you will get it wrong. Why? By definition, the first model that you build in AI will have a small set of data. You are not going to get a representative data across the entire community where you're going to implement it in. Then you might as well do the best you can with the small amount of data, understand the deployment environment, and surprisingly, compared to software projects, the entire fun in AI starts after deployment. It is when you start metaphorically moving a few miles away from your first point of deployment that you will uncover the kind of challenges, problems, usages, the assumptions that you made that will work but do not. And if you are unwilling and incapable of understanding those problems, AI will fail. So that's the next principle. And finally, or one more, you have to design AI, particularly in the social space, not as feature-rich applications, but as prescriptive applications. Why? When the user using your AI solution is probably holding a device, say a smartphone, in a rural community in India, in a very rudimentary manner, they've had a few applications, they don't know a lot about it. They don't need 16 drop-downs and 15 radio buttons. They need two things to do, and they need the system to drive the result. This is completely different from the way people are used to thinking about systems and rollout. Again, this is very thoughtful. Last piece, you must have the ability to ensure that at each stage of the matter, you are analyzing the performance of AI along multiple dimensions to ensure that it is performing according to your need. You should ensure that there are not certain pockets where biases are emerging. AI has a huge potential if thought through responsibility. Alternately, it has huge problems if it is not. AI can truly create a market of one. It can celebrate the independence of every human being being unique. It can deliver healthcare, education, and other solutions customized for one. We have an oral reading fluency which is rolled out across an entire state where we give a paragraph and each student gets a chance to see how they're pronouncing words, how they're mispronouncing words. We have a cough against TB where we uncover a TB signal in a cough. That's a very individualized situation. Like this, if you approach AI with humility, my first principle is we have to get away from one aspect, which is our biased thinking. I want to resurrect thinking. We need to stop being and start getting to a whiteboard with a marker, 2 or 3 cups of tea, a couple of samosas, and spend a few hours thinking. We don't do that enough. And if you don't do that enough, where is thoughtful going to come? If we are slaves to an external conditioned environment, we will never be thoughtful. And it has nothing to do with X, with Y. It is just the human nature that we have fallen prey to. Good AI requires independent, thorough, expansive, multiple complex areas to be addressed, connecting the dots you do not see, looking for tacit matters that you can solve. This is difficult work. Therefore, my suggestion that if we need to do AI well, is make sure that as human beings who are addressing this, we are skilled appropriately to address the challenges rather than blame the external world. Thank you.
Mr. Shekhar Subramaniam, I was wondering while I was listening to you intently, I hope, whatever you were saying could have been very well applied to a general context, not just with respect to the AI context, about being unbiased, about approaching problems with an open mind on a clean slate, etc. So maybe if we get a chance, and I hate using these words use case, I would love you to illustrate that with in the specific context of AI, if time permits. But it was as good a philosophical exposition of how ideally we are expected to behave, not just with respect to AI, but with respect to several challenges that we face. Thank you for that. Professor Piskorski, please, over to you.
I have no slides, but I decided to stand up because once you sit down, your own energy goes down a little bit. So I was figured if I stand, I'll be a little bit more energetic. I wanted to share with you a little experiment. You guys were a part of a little experiment that was ongoing. As you guys were speaking, I should have asked you earlier, but I actually used our IMD ChatGPT OpenAI implementation, which is secure, to actually continue to transcribe some of your speeches and summarize them and see if I can get ChatGPT to give us a little bit of a speech at the end to say if there is something interesting. So bear with me. But just a quick introduction. So I lead executive education for IMD globally, and we're a very unique business school in that we're almost exclusively focused on executive education. So I come to you actually with a lot of experience of talking to numerous executives like yourselves on AI and what we can do with AI. So I just want to share some of these things with you, and many of them will actually resonate with the topics that you heard earlier today. So the first thing I always share with everybody, I have this big slide, which I suppose I should have brought in here, that says YET, Y-E-T. And the reason why I say yet always is many times I hear many executives like yourselves come in and say, but you know what, AI cannot do this. And I always say, yet. Because the technology is moving at such incredibly fast speed that what is actually true today, or what is not true today, it ends up being true in 6 months' time. So one of the things that we heard earlier today is that we don't have technology for AI to check itself, but actually, as of 3 weeks ago, we do with the release of the mini O1 models by ChatGPT or OpenAI, which actually do a lot of the self-checking components. The key message for me here is, as you're looking at AI, please, please, please spend an incredible amount of time really examining what's new and how you can catch up with it. And it's really difficult and time-consuming, so I'm really glad you're coming to conferences like this, because it really does allow you the possibility to stay abreast of what's happening, because the changes are really, really fast. I mean, remember, just a few days ago, we were apparently not able to do qubits, right? We were not to do really, really fast computing until Google showed up a few days ago and said, you know what, we solved this, right? And, you know, did they solve this perfectly? No. Is it contained to only a particular small types of problems? Yes, but, you know, quantum computing has now gone through yet another breakthrough that we all knew was coming, and now it's arrived. So now we are waiting for another set of engineering advancements in order to get there. So please, please, please continue to stay this. Second thing, which I also was, one of my previous speakers talked about, is please do not really think of AI as one big thing. And I think this is very, very pertinent when you make a distinction between the rule-based AI that one of our first speakers talked about, machine learning, and generative AI that obviously came out of machine learning. To me, particularly again, as I talk to executives, I always emphasize how different we have, how different AI is once you move from rule-based learning to machine learning. And the machines, don't forget, learn from mistakes. Machines don't learn by humans telling them what to do. Machines end up learning by taking what they think is the best outcome, implementing it, seeing if it worked, and then failing more often than not and learning out of that. And so the essence of machine learning is really running around in a loop and learning again and again and again and again from mistakes. And one of the things that we often forget is we build organizations, we'll build societies, we build cities for lack of failure. And in some fundamental way, we therefore are always sort of faced with this problem of, okay, well, we don't want anybody to die, and yet some of the best ways to learn from machine learning is for bad things to happen. And so how do we reconcile this, and how do we build these environments where machines can learn without harming humans? Case in point, it took us an incredible amount of time to really figure out how to do autonomous driving, right? Why? Because if we're writing rules by hand, human learning didn't really progress very far. When we went to machine learning, how do we teach machines how to drive? Well, we taught them how to drive by watching us drive. And how do we drive? Well, we drive not to kill anybody, which is a good thing, right? But unfortunately, that's not very good for machines, so machines didn't go very far. And it's only once we actually move to the point of creating artificial cities through makers of computer games and having artificial software driving in artificial cities, then we actually taught machines how to drive, because they could fail fast, fail at scale, and yet not injure anybody. So again, for me, one of the critical components is when we talk AI, stop people, ask them always to say, which AI do you mean? And if it's machine learning type of AI, where machines learn on their own through mistakes, ask the question, have you created a right environment as an executive for machines to learn at scale, and particularly learn by failing fast, which is something that, again, organizations or our environments are not very good at. The third thing I want to say is very related and very close to my heart. And it's actually very close to my heart because I was a dean for Asia for many, many years, and actually started our IMD collaboration with CII. And one of the things that has always differentiated IMD from other business schools is that we teach by what we call unscripted interactive method. So this stands in a marked contrast to what you might know from Harvard Business School, where I had taught for about 15 years before coming to IMD. At Harvard Business School, we always used to teach by the case method, where everything was scripted. It was highly interactive, very entertaining, but we knew exactly what we wanted the conversation to be in. After all you could do is discuss a case. At IMD, we teach through this unscripted interactive method, which basically says we have an idea and we will immediately apply it to you. And this was very, very present in your conversation when you said, yeah, that's brilliant, but unfortunately that doesn't scale, because I cannot possibly hold in my head 15 different topics of 15 different applications to 15 different industries that might be represented in this room. And so for us, what's really amazing about this Gen AI opportunity that's coming is how do we actually take some of these methodologies, and not only we make them personalized, but we also actually make them interactive. And not only we make them interactive, but we also make them very, very tailored to you, and we can speak to you in your language in the way you want to be taught. And the reason why I mentioned this here is, to my mind, this is a huge, huge opportunity for India. As you know, India is gunning to become the third largest economy in the world. And of course, in order for India to achieve that, we're going to have to invest in education, and we're going to have to invest in education at scale. And again, to me, something like generative AI, particularly when it's applied to education, interactive education delivered in a local language, but also something that the learner can understand and apply to herself, and I really mean herself, because of gender inequalities that can be leveraged by this, are huge, huge opportunities for the country as well as the globe. So thank you so much, and I'll give you the summary of all the speeches later on if you're interested. Thank you.
We don't know whether he used AI to time, but his timing of his remarks was perfect. As the screen flashed, time is up, he really wound up. So that was a very precise way of... oh yeah, I should have remembered that. Yes. No, I think. Thank you. I'll come back to you with some questions, because I'll now move on to Ms. Debyani Ghosh, currently Distinguished Fellow, Niti Aayog, Government of India.
Thank you. Some time back, when LLMs were new and everybody was hyperventilating about ChatGPT and LLMs and what the magic that they are, if you all remember, there was a particular incident where somebody asked, I don't remember whether it was ChatGPT or one of the others, but asked one of the models, what is the one thing that we can do to get rid of pollution in the world? It was, I'm paraphrasing the question, it was along those lines. And guess what was the answer? Anyone remembers? Get rid of all humans, right? That was the obvious answer. And of course, if you're on social media, Twitter and everything just blew up. AI wants to kill us, right? AI is evil, it wants to kill us. We asked this question and this was the answer. I remember I was taking a workshop around that time in one of the universities, and this came up, everybody was talking about it. And I got them to go back to the same model, ask the same question, just add a little bit of a different context to it to say, how do we remove pollution to make the planet a much more livable place for human beings? The answer was completely different. So, who's the problem here? Is it the technology, or is it how we are using the technology? And I think this is the first point I want to put in front of you. I think in this growing hype about AI, somewhere we are very, very conveniently forgetting about human accountability and human ingenuity. And I think this is one of the biggest problems with today's AI narrative. Today, when you look at it, recently, one of the leading AI CEOs went on to say that I don't care how many billions of dollars I spend, but I'm going to spend whatever is needed till I get to AGI, right? And this is not just one person. You're hearing this from Silicon Valley, from quite a few of the AI leaders, right? From a lot of the Western AI leaders. And what happens? Then there are questions about, oh, but what happens to people if AI is as good as people? What happens to jobs? What happens to this? And then it very conveniently becomes, but this is now government's problem. We are developing this. You have to figure out regulation so that the safeguards or guardrails are there. This model is a flawed model. And I think this is what we have to challenge. Because when you think of a digital model, think of it as a circle within a circle. Today, the entire AI hype has put the technology in the center. And then everything else is an afterthought. So what happens to human beings? What happens to planet? What happens to jobs, etc., etc.? These are all afterthoughts. And the answer to all these problems is regulation. I think it's high time that we actually started challenging this model versus accepting it, to say that why should we be putting technology in the center? Now imagine if we rewrote the narrative with the human in the center. And if we were thinking about what does it take for for all of us to have a good life? What does it take to ensure that we all have jobs, we all have access to education, we have access to healthcare, clean air to breathe, clean water? And we then started thinking about technology in terms of where does it solve, what problems can it solve, what can it do? The only thing, I really liked what Shekhar said, the only thing I disagree with, I don't think there's any good AI or bad AI. But there's definitely good human intentions and bad human intentions. And I think we have to shine the light where it needs to be shined. It's amazing to see how much we are letting go of our own role, our own accountability in this world of AI. And that is what scares me the most. I'm not that worried about AI becoming super intelligent or AI, people saying AI is going to reason. Already somebody has come out saying their latest LLM is capable of reasoning, and we have found a lot of problems with it. You know, if you continue to throw never-ending money at it, data, compute, and brute engineering force at it, you will continue to get it to improve. It's an engineering process. So you will continue to get it to improve. But getting it to improve in a way that is safe, that is responsible, is the requirement. And not just getting it to improve and then saying regulation has to fix it all. I think that's the issue we have to really solve for. And that's the human-centric model that we talk about, which I think is the need of the hour. It's one of the most important requirements of today. And this is where I also believe India has that golden opportunity to stand up and lead the world with respect to setting the right expectations and showing what it has to look like because of what we have been able to do with inclusive tech, with DPI, et cetera, et cetera. I do believe we have the ability, we have the legs to walk the talk. So I think this is going to be the biggest need. And, you know, going back to one of the things the CEA mentioned, it's not just countries with aging population that need AI. I do believe that AI is such a transformative technology. Every country can benefit. I believe India needs AI because we've set for ourselves such an ambitious goal of saying that in the next 20 years, we are going to grow from 4 trillion to 30 trillion GDP, right? That's transformative. That is not going to happen by just linear growth. That is transformation of pretty much every aspect of economy and society as we know. And this is where the power of technologies like AI needs to be harnessed. So yes, we need AI too, for different reasons. We need it for the transformation power that it brings to it. But we need to create a different framework. We need to put human accountability and focus in the center. And we really need to build, I think, together with like-minded countries, a human-centric approach to AI, because once again, there is no bad AI, there is no good AI. I think for a very long time, it will be us humans who will decide that usage. Thank you.
I'm told that due to some unavoidable circumstances, I have to finish the session with Mr. Krishnan's remarks. There may not be time for Q&A, I'm told. Sorry about that. So we will leave a lot of questions about both artificial and natural intelligence unanswered at this point, because what Ms. Debyani Majumdar said was that it is not the technology, it's about humans, but that's most of the time that's the case. If humans are going to be relatively, with all our imperfections, and if we are given an extremely powerful tool, does our track record give us a sense of hope and encouragement that we will know how to put it to use smartly, equitably, fairly, judiciously, etc.? So, or are we giving a kid with a loaded gun? So that is the question that will remain, unfortunately, unanswered at this point in this panel because of the time constraints that we face. So, and also some of these public policy questions, while Dr. Sagar spoke about the use of education, and I take your point that it is useful for a country like India, and Dr. Sagar spoke about the role of AI in education, but there are much bigger questions. So, for example, if you combine it with what's happening in energy transition, where you are replacing internal combustion engines with electric vehicles, so you have a whole set of mechanical engineers and mechanical engineering trained people becoming redundant, chemical engineers in demand, and you make those vehicles autonomous. then the kind of unemployment you will be creating will be not only those who were trained to manufacture ICEs and also trained as truck and automobile drivers, then what does it do to public policy? Where do we generate the revenues to compensate people, to train people, etc., etc.? Those are all the important, fascinating questions that unfortunately we can't, explore in greater detail. We will ask CIA to organize one more forum soon enough on that separately. But without much further ado, I invite Mr. Krishnan, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, to make his the panel remarks and also probably the closing remarks for this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair and Dr. Anant Nageshwaran. I'd also prefer to speak from here just so that I can possibly address some of the issues from a perspective of what the government is attempting to do, especially in being thoughtful about the way that we would apply AI in the Indian context. We have experts here, and I think the first element of thoughtfulness of what the government is attempting to do is to take a very inclusive and democratized approach in terms of there's a constant, and we've had several consultations with a range of experts, including some who are on this panel here today, in what kind of approach we need to take on different elements of the India AI mission, and including how the India AI mission itself was designed. Many of you are familiar, the India AI mission was launched in March this year, total outlay of 10,372 crore, of which the biggest chunk actually relates to creating compute capacity in India, because the global south generally and countries like India in particular shouldn't get lost out in this entire AI race if you don't have enough access to compute capacity. That was the first thought there, and therefore that needs to be created. Then the issue came as to how do you create it? Do you just buy out the capacity? Do you create it in the public sector, or do you create it in the public, on a public-private partnership mode through a viability gap funding? Then we figured that the quickest way of doing it is to harness some of the efficiency of the private sector, so bring in the private sector. But at the same time, if you do it on a viability gap funding mode, then it means that someone who's already established it doesn't really get a chance to participate, and it really works only for those who are setting it up new. So which is why we decided we would do it on almost a voucher-based kind of system, where we empanel a number of people who would be able to provide that capacity from within the country, including those who have already started working on it, and thereafter subsidize it to those who really need it, including researchers, academic institutions, innovators, and so on. So that's the model that we've gone with. The bids are out, and we've received fairly good response. About 19 companies are in the fray, and we should be able to finalize that quickly. So and of course, it leaves us with the option of establishing an independent AI capacity. Nothing stops us from doing it again on a VGF mode, or even doing it purely as a public sector offering, which some countries have resorted to. So that's one part of being thoughtful about the way we are doing this. The second major aspect is actually deploying a foundational model. A lot was said about biases and what happens with biases, and therefore do you need a model that needs to be deployed in the Indian context. So we said, okay, we will have a provision, make it as wide as possible, not just a large language model, but a large multimodal model, so that other forms of inputs in terms of speech and video and pictures and everything else can go into it, and also something that would address all the concerns about multiple languages being used in this country, and how do you sort of get them to converse with each other. So that was another big initiative which we wanted to launch. But that is the one pillar of the India AI mission which is yet to take off fully, simply because although the Ministry of Higher Education has called for proposals for setting up 3 centers of excellence, none of them has yet been tasked with the foundation model. There is some preliminary work going on there. And one of the main reasons there is, how do you actually make AI work? Now, is it, as Mr. Shekhar pointed out, is it worth actually investing in the AI technology and reinventing the wheel all over again? Or should we look at the application base of it? Should you look at small models which will actually address issues which relate to particular sectors? So the jury is really out on that, and we are in the process of further consultations to see which of these approaches we need to take in the Indian context. The other big element is really about the data set platform. And there, I don't think there's much doubt that data really needs to be cleaned up, made available in a usable format, and there, work is going ahead in association with a number of ministries and other institutions to see how we can make that happen. The fourth element is applications, and applications to our mind is the most important thing that needs to be done within this entire AI framework. And there are about at least 25 areas that we intend to target, saying we should have applications which work in these areas: health, education, agriculture, small and medium enterprises. These are areas which suggest themselves immediately and with which we are engaging currently. And more, of course, can always be done, and we would love to do them in a range of areas where this can actually happen. And we've called for proposals. The first call got us about 900 responses, and the second call is open right now as the first set of applications are currently being evaluated. Then the whole issue comes up around skilling, and skilling is probably the most important element here. The AI Stanford Index and so on do say that India has the greatest potential in terms of STEM skilling to address this area. We have a young population. We have a number of people who are going through engineering and science education who can actually take up work in this area. And very often, the one possibility which is being pointed out, and something which NASSCOM, Devjani's former organization, is also thinking about, is whether AI would be the Y2K moment for Indian technology executives, and whether we can really do applications for the rest of the world, and is that the way we offset some of the unemployment which may result in certain other of the areas where AI application may result in jobs being lost. So that is one part of it. Then the next element, so which is why skills is very important. Across the level, it's important, and it's also important that it's taught to everybody, not just to those who become PhDs or people who build the models, but also to those who need to know how to use them across their own disciplines. Then the other important element is to fire up startups and help innovators to actually do it, help them with some initial investments so that they can go forward and work in this particular space. And that is, again, funding which is available. Many have already started, and we are working through the MeitY Startup Hub to make sure that it becomes far more available to more innovators and more new businesses to take up. Which brings me to the last element, and I'll try and tie this all together, and that is on safe and trusted AI. And there was mention made of what needs the responsibility that AI has. And in the Indian context, and in the context of the India AI mission, we have tried to make a subtle distinction between what the West normally calls responsible AI and what we call safe and trusted AI. Responsible AI seems to put the fundamental responsibility primarily on those who are actually putting together the models, people who start it up and say, okay, you need to be responsible. You have to make sure that you don't do too much of harm and don't expect the government to regulate. Safe and trusted AI, on the other hand, balances it out and says that, all right, I mean, you need to innovate, you do the innovation, try and be responsible about it, but there would be an assessment, and we would try and see that it is safe and trusted in a manner that works for everybody. So that is the other space that we are working on right now. And quite frankly, our approach to regulation, because that again came up in this context, is that we don't want to start with regulation. And regulation, in a sense, would actually hurt innovation in this particular space. And there are three major issues that we need to regulate against, in a sense. One is the kind of typical harms that everyone talks of misrepresentation and deepfakes. In that space, we have enough laws in this country, in India specifically, under the IT Act and other laws, and under the IT rules, to actually act on misrepresentation, which is a crime in a different sense. The whole issue that AI poses is how quickly you're able to act technology-wise, and how quickly you're able to detect the deepfakes. So there is a different challenge. The legal framework may be adequate, but there's a challenge of getting people to comply and comply more quickly. The second part of what needs to happen is, of course, the job loss, and we looked at the job loss element separately in terms of skilling people to take up jobs which could possibly supplant some of the other jobs. And our concerns with regard to job loss in India, particularly with generative AI, are probably not as intense as in the West, where office jobs and white-collar jobs are a lot more than what they are here. So that is the second element of regulation. Third element of regulation is really about how personal data is used or how other data is used in terms of copyrights and so on. There again, I think we've enacted the DPDP Act already. The rules are awaited and they should be out shortly. And that takes care to some extent of how personal data gets used. And there is a balance which has been struck there between privacy and the use of data with consent. And the other element of that regulation is really copyrights, and that needs to be fought out based on Indian law in the courts, which is already going on, and we'll have some clarity there. So given net-net, the only aspect that we have not addressed in Indian law already, or which is an area of concern, is what is called the existential crisis. And I think the existential crisis is probably some distance away, and we shouldn't worry ourselves too much about what AI will do to us, and we need to sort of just exploit its honest potential to improve lives for Indians, enhance productivity, and probably help us really grow into a developed nation in the next couple of decades. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Krishnan. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a topic on which questions are numerous and answers are few. And we have a very diverse and distinguished panel, so I'm sure most of you would have been looking forward to the opportunity to ask questions, but due to circumstances, we have to truncate this session at this point, and I thank you very much for your understanding. Please stay behind for the valedictory session starting soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nageswaran, for that lovely moderation and for all the panelists. May I request all of us to gather just outside the stage? We have a little memento for you. Thank you so much for this insightful panel.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll now move on to the last session for today before dinner. Patience. And this is indeed a very special session we have, addressing the challenge of sustainability. And we have with us Shri Bhupinder Yadav, the Honorable Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, and our two international guests who are our guests of honor for today, His Excellency Mr. Leonpo Lekedorji, Honorable Minister of Finance from Bhutan, and His Excellency Mr. Musa Zamir, Honorable Minister of Finance from Maldives. So we're just turning the table around and we'll start with the session right away. Request you all to please remain seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming our esteemed guests for this session, our three honorable ministers from Government of India, from Maldives, and from Bhutan. Please join me in welcoming them. And to begin this session, may I ask Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General CII, to give his opening remarks.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to the very final session of a two-day marathon conference and forum that we have had on global economic policy. So as we conclude the Global Economic Policy Forum, we could have had no better session to conclude with than on the subject of addressing the challenge of sustainability, a subject which is today predominant across the globe. And we are so delighted to have our Honorable Minister for Environment, Forest and Climate Change of the Government of India, Shri Bhupendra Yadav, joining us here today. Honorable Minister, sir, a very, very warm welcome to you to this conclave. Our minister is also joined by two very important countries which have huge stake in this subject. And I am happy to welcome our Honorable Minister of Finance from Bhutan, His Excellency Mr. Limpo Leki Dorji, who has been a part of this conference, and also the Honorable Minister of Finance from Maldives, His Excellency Mr. Musa Zamir. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome once again. We are today talking in this forum with the theme of decadal priorities for the global economy. And therefore, this session and the subject of it is so important. Today, our country, India, has made phenomenal progress and has become a global sustainability leader, catalyzed by our government's unique, innovative, and if I may say, path-breaking initiatives, programs, and many schemes. And today we see our country, India, now at the forefront of pro-planet actions with long-term sustainability commitments, which have been exemplified through many partnerships, global partnerships. We have had to begin with the International Solar Alliance, Coalition for Disaster Resilience Infrastructure, and Global Biofuel Alliance, many others. And it's been a great honor and pleasure always to work with our Honorable Minister, Shri Bhupendra Yadav ji, who has been participating, contributing, and guiding Indian businesses in this, in multifarious ways in this arena. And today, when we have, as an institution, focused on water, on green, on sustainable agriculture, sustainable development as such, we have found in Mr. Bhupendra Yadav ji a leader who has really not only consulted and given his time to the businesses, but has been a practical global leader on behalf of Indian businesses, Indian thoughts, Indian vision in this space of sustainability and climate. So it is going to be a great half an hour, 45 minutes of listening to three very, very important people connected to this space. And I will first go with the two visitors and then come to our own minister. With that, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. And ministers, thank you also for joining us for this ultimate session of this Global Economic Policy Forum, which is being organized by the CII in partnership with the Ministry of Finance. So once again, thank you and a very, very good evening. I would invite Mr. Limpo Leki Dorji, the Honorable Minister of Finance of Bhutan, our guest of honor, to give his address first. Thank you. Please.
Your Excellency, Shri Bhupendra Yadav, Honorable Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, Your Excellency, Mr. Musa Zamir, Honorable Minister of Finance, Republic of Maldives, Director General of the Confederation of Indian Industry, Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, moderator for this session, Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It has been an intellectually stimulating 2 days here. I would like to take this opportunity to first thank the Finance Minister, Her Excellency Nirmala Sitharaman, and CII leadership for inviting me to this important event and the excellent arrangements made for the hospitality. India is such a big country, indeed, a continent in itself, with many of its states much bigger in terms of population, geographical size, and the size of its GDP than many countries of the world. I will therefore not even make an attempt to suggest how India should go on achieving your commitment of net zero carbon by 2070 while pursuing an aggressive growth to achieve Viksit Bharat 2047. I will humbly share Bhutan's experiences with climate change and sustainable financing, making clean energy transition, and our end goal of all development activities, happiness. My first story is about climate change and sustainable financing. Allow me to present the climate vulnerability situation of Bhutan. The country, located in the eastern Himalayas, is vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. There are 567 glacial lakes, with 17 lakes having been identified as potentially dangerous, intensifying the risks of glacial lake outbursts. Further, our glaciers with debris are retreating at 30 to 35 meters per year, and the clean type glaciers are retreating at 12 to 16 meters per year. This poses a great threat to climate-sensitive sectors of hydropower and agriculture in Bhutan, which contribute a high share to the national GDP and create a high portion of green jobs in the country. The retreatment of our glaciers is further exacerbated by climate projection for surface temperature in Bhutan, which indicates the possibility of an increase of about 0.8 to 1.6 degrees Celsius between 2021 to 2050, and about 1.6 to 2.8 degrees Celsius by the end of the century. Being cognizant of the country's vulnerability to climate change, Bhutan has launched our National Adaptation Plan, NEP, last year based on the climate risk assessment of 4 sectors. Based on the climate risk assessment of 4 sectors, water, agriculture, forest and biodiversity, and health, Bhutan's first NEP has prioritized the needs and enabling activities for 7 sectors of adaptation priorities. Currently, the Adaptation Investment Plan for the implementation of Bhutan's NEP has been prepared for water, agri-food, and energy sector, with objectives to establish interlinkages and cross-cutting nature of the actions to access climate finance. This guarantees the royal government to pursue sector-specific resource mobilization and streamline programming in an ability to enhance adaptation and resilience, besides evidence-based tracking and monitoring of the investments. For Bhutan to implement 100% of the adaptation priorities in 7 sectors resolutely, an estimated financing of $14 billion is required. However, the country is challenged by the limited scale of resources from the climate financing windows, and our ineligibility to LDCI programming further limits access to specialized climate financing windows for the adaptation priorities. In the 13th five-year plan, the royal government will make efforts to cumulative emission reduction of about 12,507 gigagrams of carbon dioxide by 2030. Series of actions at local and national levels aim to enhance people's lives and livelihood and adaptability and resilience through one of the overall strategic objectives of climate resilience and ecological diversity. The country, in the effort to translate the policies into bankable projects, require the support of bilateral partners, multilateral development banks, and climate financing windows through a mix of loan and grant coupled with technical assistance. Bhutan has also initiated Bhutan for Life project, Project Finance for Permanence, PFP, first of its kind in Asia, and one of the first PFP models in the world to complement Bhutan's efforts of conservation. Several national parks linked with biological corridors crisscross the country, and Bhutan for Life is a solution to conserve them. Inability to realize the ambitious NAP shall impose different challenges and risks such as climate-induced pests and diseases, drought, food insecurity, and lower economic growth. Adaptation investment plans for priority sectors, particularly water, charters a financial strategy and processes granular steps to resource mobilization. In recent years, Bhutan has made significant progress in establishing innovative financing for climate actions, including the introduction of green taxonomy, development of the sustainable finance framework, and the establishment of Bhutan Climate Fund. Bhutan's sustainable financing framework and Bhutan Climate Fund are expected to play crucial roles in supporting the country's climate adaptation priorities outlined in the NAP. The Sustainable Financing Framework aims to integrate environmental, social, and governance, ESG, into financial decision-making. The framework further motivates the private sector in engaging climate adaptation by providing a systematic approach to assessing and managing climate risks. This can attract additional funding for projects that might not have been funded through traditional channels or widens the room to explore resources from the non-traditional donors and development partners. The framework also promotes investment transparency in how climate funds are used, which can build investor confidence and ensure that resources are used sustainably. This is particularly important for tracking the impact of investments and ensuring they meet adaptation goals. Therefore, it supports a mechanized reporting that reinforces the $100 billion goal of Paris Agreement and the new collective quantified goal under discussion. Further, Bhutan will participate in carbon markets as an important additional source of finance and investments in the 13th five-year plan through strengthening of Bhutan Carbon Market and Bhutan Climate Fund. Bhutan Climate Fund is being proposed as a means of alternative development financing through the country's participation in the emerging carbon market under the Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. Bhutan's constitution requires 60% of the country to be under forest cover forever, and the figure currently is 72%. Bhutan's laws on conservation, water, and environment, although stringent, have served the country well. Bhutan is not just carbon neutral, we are carbon negative, and at the sidelines of the UN General Assembly recently, Bhutan has initiated the establishment of G0, a group of carbon neutral or carbon negative countries. We are working with Green Climate Fund to open G0 Secretariat in Thimphu. My second story is about making clean energy transition. Cooperation in hydropower is the cornerstone of the relationship between Bhutan and India since the first hydropower plant in Chukha. It is a win-win collaboration. Bhutan is able to harness our abundant natural resources and earn valuable rupees to finance our development activities, providing free health and education to our people, among others, while India gets clean energy to balance its grid. The great boon of the nature is Bhutan's production of green energy peaks in summer when India needs the most energy and ebbs when India does not need. While we have just over 2,400 megawatts of hydropower now, we are about to commission 1,020 megawatt Puna Sangchu 2 on 17th December, coinciding with the 117th National Day of Bhutan. 1,200 megawatt Puna Sangchu 1 is at the advanced stage of completion, and several small hydropower projects will be commissioned next year. Thank you, India, and thank you, people of India. Bhutan's cabinet has recently approved renewable energy roadmap, which would see the harnessing of additional 20,000 megawatts of renewable energy by 2040. Most of these projects will be implemented through public-private partnership models involving Indian partners. Bhutan is making concerted efforts to transition to e-mobility and reduce dependence on fossil fuels. There is zero tax on electric vehicles and nominal taxes on hybrid vehicles to encourage their deployment. As the prices of e-vehicles are expected to fall with enhanced battery capacities, we think e-vehicles or hybrid vehicle is the future. My last and third story is about happiness as end goal of our development efforts. Bhutan works closely with IMF, International Monetary Fund, World Bank, and the Asian Development Bank, and we look at GDP as a measure of progress and development. But we also have our own homegrown metric for measure of progress and development called Gross National Happiness Index. We believe and understand that GDP is not a full measure of human progress, so we take happiness as the end result of all our development efforts. We conduct extensive gross national happiness surveys after every 4 years, which measures the state of happiness in the country through 9 domains of GNH and its indicators. These 9 domains are psychological well-being, health, time use, education, cultural diversity, good governance, community vitality, ecological diversity, and living standards. There are indicators under each of these 9 domains to assess happiness. During the 13th five-year plan, we used GNH index as one of the criteria to allocate block grants to our local governments. Among the world's top 100 economies, only 30 are countries in terms of annual revenues, and 70 are corporations. Corporations have bigger economies in terms of annual revenues than most nations. For instance, 8 corporations have revenues bigger than Indian economy. If we expand the list, the ratio gets even worse. Of the 200 top economies by the size of revenue, 157 are corporations. This translates to about 79% being corporations. Our lives are influenced by either our government or the corporations whose goods and services we depend on. Some corporations exert more power than most governments. So it is important how the companies operate and function. Therefore, the GNH, which is Gross National Happiness of Business, is important. So Bhutan has started assessing businesses to see if they are GNH certified or not. GNH of business certification is based on 9 GNH domains and 46 indicators to assess and see if a business is GNH certified with a rating of either 3 stars, which means the values of the business is moderately aligned with the values of GNH. 4 star, if the values of the business is extensively aligned with the GNH values. Or 5 stars, the value of the business is almost perfectly aligned with the GNH values. The GNH certification aims to increase the accountability of the businesses for any social and environmental externalities brought about by businesses during its setup and in course of its operations, to reorient the businesses towards enhancing the interests of all stakeholders and not just the shareholders, to bring about positive organizational change in the way businesses are conducted, to bring about commitments to promote holistic well-being, including its workers and the community in which the businesses operate, and to enhance the brand credibility and reputation. I'll end my story here. Bhutan's story of sustainability in the face of the changing world. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening to my stories. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for that nice speech with great stories relating to sustainability and many facets of it as you expanded, including when you concluded with happiness. I deeply appreciate your involvement, your presence, and participation at the Global Economic Policy Forum throughout the last 2 days. Thank you very much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, my pleasure and honor to welcome the Honorable Minister of Finance from Maldives, His Excellency, Mr. Musa Zamir, to give his address, please.
Honorable Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change of the Government of India, Shri Bhupender Yadav, Honorable Minister of Finance of the Government of Bhutan, His Excellency Yopo Leke Dorji, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good evening to you. It's a pleasure to be here today at the Global Economic Policy Forum 2024, hosted by Confederation of Indian Industry, to share perspectives on current state of the global economy and the challenge we face in the coming decade. As the Finance Minister of the Maldives, I stand before you representing a small island developing state that is not only deeply impacted by global economic forces, but also has a unique role to play in addressing the pressing issues of climate change, sustainability, and debt resilience. We meet today at a time when the world faces an array of interconnected crises, from geopolitical tension to economic volatility. The aftershocks of Russia-Ukraine war and the ongoing conflicts in the Middle East continue to reverberate across the global markets. These crises have exacerbated existing inflammatory pressures, simultaneously underlining the urgent need for sustainable growth. At the same time, the pandemic-induced rise in debt poses significant challenges, particularly for smaller open economies. The Russia-Ukraine war, which began in 2022, marked a turning point for the global economy. While the war has inflicted untold human suffering, its economic consequences have been profound, with a sharp rise in energy and food prices, supply chain disruption, and growing uncertainty. Globally, inflation surged to levels not seen in decades, creating a challenging environment for peacekeepers and central banks. India, as one of the fast-growing major economies, has demonstrated remarkable resilience in the face of these challenges. However, inflation, particularly food and energy, has burdened so many sectors of the economy, and controlling it remains a delicate and balancing act. As one of the largest energy consumers and a key player in global trade, India's economic policies are critical not only for its own future, but also for the global economy. For small island developing states like the Maldives, the impact of inflation has been even more profound. Our economies are highly vulnerable to external shocks and raising costs in imports, particularly energy and food, have strained our limited fiscal resources. The key challenge for peacemakers in these economies, the key challenges for policymakers in these economies is how to mitigate the chronic impacts of inflation while maintaining the long-term trajectory of growth and sustainable development. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, governments around the world were forced to increase spending to protect their populations, leading to sharp increase in debt levels. While this was a necessary and prudent response to an unprecedented crisis, the challenge now is to manage and sustain the debt. The key challenge is to strike the right balance between fiscal prudence and addressing the political and strategic realities of the day. And so, we must be creative in finding sustainable ways to manage our debt, enhance our revenue generation, and protect the most vulnerable from the economic fallout of debt accumulation. Further, international cooperation and access to concessional finance is vital to avoid countries like Maldives to achieve its sustainability targets around energy and universal access to water and sanitation, whilst maintaining medium-term fiscal stability. Turning to sustainability, we are at a crucial juncture in global economy. The urgency to tackle climate change has never been clearer, and the need for green energy and technology investments is paramount. For India, a rapidly growing economy, the shift to greener economy is both an opportunity and a challenge. India has already made great strides in solar energy sector and is a leader in clean energy innovation, achieving a total capacity of 200 gigawatts of renewable energy power generation in this year. However, scaling these efforts requires continued investment, innovation, and strong support. For the Maldives, the stakes are even higher. My nation is among the first to feel the effect of climate change. For rising sea levels to extreme weather events, we are the front lines of the climate crisis. Yet, our economy is adequately equipped to tackle these challenges. However, despite our vulnerabilities, we also have unique opportunity to lead the way in sustainable development. This is why Maldives has committed to generate 33% of energy demand from renewable sources by the end of 2028. In fact, we are currently making significant investments in renewable energy, sustainable tourism, and climate-resilient infrastructure. Nevertheless, achieving these goals require substantial international support, both in terms of financing and technology transfer. Beyond the urgent need for green transition, escalating impact of climate change has also brought on about yet another defining challenge to our time: water security. Rising global temperature disrupt rainfall patterns, intensify drought, and cause devastating floods. For the Maldives and many other nations, these changes threaten not only water availability, but the very essence of sustainability, our ability to meet today's needs without compromising the future. India's initiatives in this front offer hope and inspiration. The Jal Jeevan Mission, delivering pipe water to millions, and Namami Ganga program, rejuvenating rivers, show that sustainable water management is achievable through bold innovative actions. India's EPIC response framework in Assam exemplifies the integration of food and drought management, a model worthy of universal adaptation. Globally, a 40% water supply shortfall by 2030 looms unless we act now. Water security requires a forward-thinking, multidimensional approach. To achieve this, we must place emphasis on precise water management. Advanced tools such as remote sensing and AI can help in this regard. By mapping our water resources and predicting crises before they materialize. In addition, an integrated approach should be taken to resource management. After all, water does not exist in soil. We must emerge strategies to surface water, groundwater, and watershed into cohesive system. Collaboration is equally crucial. Shared rivers must unite us, not divide us. By working together across borders, we can ensure equitable water access for all. Beyond this, nature itself offers us powerful solutions. Restoration of wetland and reforestation of watershed areas can improve flood control and revitalize ecosystems of groundwater discharge. At this time, it is also imperative that we bear in mind that it is agriculture that consumes the lion's share of our water resources. Therefore, we ought to seek ways to install micro-irrigation systems like drip and sprinkler technologies and transition to water-efficient crop suited to local climates to sustain required food production without depleting precious water supplies. Lastly, technology and innovation can provide lifelines, especially in regions facing acute shortage in water. Solar-powered desalination systems and cost-effective purification technologies must be scaled to reach the undeserved populations, ensuring clean water for all. We now believe that water security underpins economic growth, environmental health, and human dignity. By uniting technology, innovation, and cooperation, we can secure a future where water sustains, not divides our world. Looking ahead, the next decade presents policymakers with crucial choices. How to balance political imperatives such as addressing the immediate needs of vulnerable population with long fiscal sustainability necessary for economic stability. For states like the Maldives, the challenge is compounded by our most sole dependency on tourism for foreign exchange receipts, making our fiscal policy extremely sensitive to external shocks. Therefore, ensuring macro-fiscal stability and attaining debt sustainability is likely to remain as the prime concern for the Maldives this decade amidst the urgent need to address sustainability and social equality issues. In conclusion, the global economy is at critical crossroad. While challenges abound, whether in managing inflation, debt, transition to green economy, or attainment of critical water security, there are also tremendous opportunities for growth, especially if we strategically invest in green energy. Technology, clean water, access to building climate resilience. For large economies like India, for smaller open economies like the Maldives, the way forward will require a fine balance between fiscal prudence and political priorities. This will require innovative thinking, global cooperation, and a commitment to long-term vision. Qualities that India and the Maldives continue to share are part of our special bilateral relationship. I thank you.
Excellency Minister, thank you very much for that very detailed and, if I may say, very important message and picture of how Maldives is looking and leading some of the stories that you mentioned. And it is, ladies and gentlemen, so important that we had two finance ministers of two very important neighbors of ours to speak about the sustainability and climate, about sustainability and climate in an economic policy conclave. So it's indeed, it was heartening listening to both our leaders. With that, may I now have the pleasure and honor of inviting our chief guest for the session, Shri Bhupender Yadav ji, our Honorable Minister for Environment, Forest and Climate Change.
His Excellency Mr. Leonopo Doroji, Minister of Finance, Bhutan, His Excellency Mr. Musa Zamir, Minister of Finance, Maldives, Mr. Chandrajit Banerjee, Director General CII, ladies and gentlemen. CII Global Economic Policy Forum 2024 highlights the most urgent topics of our times through deliberations around the theme Decadal Priorities for the Global Economy. For a world that's seeing instrumentable challenges, prioritizing the most concerning issue is urgent because only then can we work together to resolve them. World is facing the changes of climate change and temperature rise. And Mr. Doroji talk about his problem, the melting of glaciers. And Mr. Musa Zamir also raising the concern about the rising of sea level. And I'm sitting between both of them because we are having a 7,500 kilometer long seashore, and one side we have the Himalayan glacier also. So addressing the challenge of sustainability, which is also the theme of this session, is one of the most urgent issues right now for most countries. In any country's economic growth journey, maintaining a balance amongst the three elements of sustainability. First, environmental protection. Second, economic resilience. And the third, social and intergenerational equity is essential. In India, we have adopted a holistic approach toward the climate crisis. It is a crisis of rising temperature, of biodiversity loss, and of land degradation. Just this month, I have returned from Riyadh after attending COP16 of UNCCD, where I spoke about how the challenge of sustainability must factor in the challenge of land degradation too. I highlighted how, with Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji leading the nation, we in India believe that the land is not only for human beings, and that we share this planet with other life forms which too have rights over Earth's resources. So, we are not merely look at the sustainability of humans, but of all life forms, including animals, trees, and plants. The world has acknowledged that India is indeed the voice of Global South in this regard. We have adopted a circular economy which offers a paradigm shift away from the traditional linear model of take, make, and dispose to a more regenerative approach that emphasizes reducing, reusing, and recycling materials. Increasing frequency and severity of national disasters as well geopolitics has made it critical for countries to work towards a sustainable and resilient growth strategy. At the same time, countries need to ensure that meeting the needs of economic growth does not give rise to environmental concerns or widen the inequalities. There is a need to develop strategies that focus on accelerating growth in an environmentally responsible manner while keeping in mind the concerns around equity. So, how can countries harmonize their growth goals while giving consideration to the three elements of sustainability? Government policies in conjunction with public-private partnerships and stakeholder action can create a balanced approach to these three pillars. This, in turn, will enable countries to work towards fostering a global focus on sustainability while simultaneously helping them remove barriers to economic growth. For a country like India, with ambition to become a developed nation by 2047 and achieve net zero emissions by 2070, maintaining equilibrium in these three elements of sustainability is critical, which is why India has prioritized linkages of these pillars in national policies, rules, schemes, and programs. So what are some of these emerging issues and how can government resolve these challenges? Climate change is one of the most pressing issues of our times. According to recent estimates, climate crisis costs the global economy 12% GDP for every 1 degree rise in temperature. A 3-degree temperature rise by the end of this century could lead to more than a 50% decline in output, capital, and consumption by 2100, leaving people 50% poorer than they would otherwise have been. India is no exception to these far-reaching consequences. As a nation, this is significantly vulnerable to the impacts of climate vulnerability, including extreme events such as heat waves, floods, droughts, and cyclones. India prioritizes integration of climate concern into countries' development planning. This is visible through the government's increased spending on adaptation-related activities from 3.7% of GDP in 2015-16 to 5.60% of the GDP in 21-22. Under the National Adaptation Fund on Climate Change, project worth more than 847 crore have been sanctioned in 27 states and union territories. Another planned initiative towards this is the development of a climate finance taxonomy that aims to enhance the availability of capital for adaptation and mitigation. India's National Action Plan on Climate Change has shaped the strategy to improve the sustainability of India's development journey by integrating and prioritizing climate consideration into all sections of the economy. 7 of the 9 national missions under National Action Plan on Climate Change focuses on enhancing adaptive strategies, working on different areas of solar, water, energy efficiency, forest, sustainable habitat, sustainable agriculture, sustaining the Himalayan ecosystem, strategic knowledge for climate change, and recently added mission on human health. As 34 state action plan on climate change outline key action for states and focus on addressing climate challenge specific to each state or union territory, helping to localize climate initiatives. Industrial sector plays a crucial role in a country's growth and to promote sustainable industrial growth, transition to circular economy is critical. Adopting circular practices reduces environmental impact, improves resource efficiency, and creates new businesses and employment opportunities. By empowering industry to respond to changing demand through policies that support both sustainable consumption and production, governments enable them to contribute efficiently towards growth targets. India is progressing on developing a conducive policy ecosystem for progressing toward a circular economy. The Niti Aayog has developed 11 action plans for sectors to transition towards a circular economy. For a regulatory perspective, extended producer responsibility schemes have been developed and implemented for various waste streams. Initiatives such as a Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, a smart city mission, have also showcased India's circular economy models at scale. Through these rules and guidelines, India encouraged producers to take a lifestyle approach for products, bringing in more transparent and responsible mechanism for environmental protection and sustainable business practices. Driving collective and collaborative actions for sustainability is an urgent imperative. And India is at the forefront of this journey with groundbreaking initiatives such as the Coalition for Disaster Resilience Infrastructure, CDRI, Global Biofuel Alliance, GBA, Leadership Group on Industry Transition, led it, International Solar Alliance, ISA, Resource Efficiency and Circular Economy Industry Coalition, International Big Cat Alliance, and the Gandhinagar Implementation Roadmap and Information Platform, among others. Through various national programs, India drives awareness and behavior change campaigns to motivate citizens to shift to environment-friendly practices. One of the most important initiatives by India in this regard is Mission Lifestyle for Environment, launched by Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji at COP26. It is a global sustainability movement that follows a simple strategy, encouraging individuals to practice simple yet effective environment-friendly actions in their daily lives. The potential of life's implementation will have a direct impact on emission reduction instead of new impositions. Life seeks to introduce change in lifestyle so that the emission reduction becomes a natural outcome of how we live. And the possibilities of the impact created through such program is enormous. Estimates by the International Energy Agency suggest that implementing Mission Life Action has the potential to reduce global greenhouse gas emissions by 2 billion tons annually by 2030. The world also acknowledged the benefits of this program. As you know, in March this year, United Nations Environment Assembly adopted the resolution on sustainable lifestyles submitted by India. Recognizing the contribution of India in promoting lifestyle for environment for sustainable consumption and production, India has been nominated for a 2-year seat on the board of 10-year framework of program under UNEP. Ek Ped Maa Ke Naam, launched this year by Honorable Prime Minister. It is another unique initiative that inspires citizens to plant trees in the name of their own mother and for Mother Earth. India successfully met its ambitious goal of planting 750 million trees across the country in less than 5 months. This achievement made possible through collaborative efforts from local government bodies, communities and stakeholders highlight the potential of such programs in leading the transition to a green economy. India believes that voluntary actions are important for environment initiatives, and by offering green credit as reward through Green Credit Program, India incentivizes citizens, communities, and industry to participate in environment-friendly activities. In fact, the Ideas for Life portal that collects suggestions and concepts to encourage behavioral change towards environment-friendly lifestyles and seen 46.5 million impressions and 1,000 plus ideas in just 6 months. Regional systematic concern of the global south also need to be addressed as the world today is on a growth path that cannot be paused. Global North's development journey has left very little carbon space for developing countries. It is important for all countries to have a lower carbon emission development pathway, but this can become a challenge for developing countries due to different focuses, areas and priorities. For Global South's sustainable development journey, it is important for developed countries to fulfill their obligations promised at UNFCCC COP and CBD's COP. India, as a leading voice for Global South, continues to advocate for the interests of developing nations at the international stage. An emerging issue I would like to highlight is the emergence of new global trade policies and regulation with consideration for climate actions and use of biodiversity and biological resources. The cost of doing business across borders has been increasing due to these new policies, and for most sectors in India, this is a major cause of concern. For some sectors, this can also bring opportunities in the form of expanding target market and through advancing synergies that enable the shift to a low-carbon economy. We need to be better prepared for both the challenges and the opportunities arising from these regulations. Focused deliberation are needed to share ideas and solutions for the collective action required to resolve the challenge around these emerging issues. And I will like to congratulate CII for creating this exemplary platform which brings together global stakeholders to take forward these global concerns. I hope the engagements at the forum during these 2 days enable stakeholders to reaffirm the commitment to a sustainable future for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for that outstanding speech highlighting India's vision and India's way of addressing the concern, the global concern of climate by a way in a manner of commitment which is not just inclusive but also very unique. And it was also great to hear India's action taken report that you actually presented. With this three leaders speaking to us today, we saw the leadership as well as the resolve of the Global South to a concern, to an issue which our Honorable Minister highlighted, where we are not the major contributor. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we come to a conclusion of this session. But as we conclude this session, we also conclude the Global Economic Policy Forum 2024. And I'd like to really thank the two overseas ministers who are present here, the honorable ministers from Maldives and from Bhutan, who not only spoke but also participated very enthusiastically throughout the 2 days, and our honorable Minister of Environment, Forests and Climate, who really brought in so much of emotions, if I may say, of the Global South and India in this huge, important area of policy framework. I'd like to also thank all the speakers, both from overseas as well as India, who have participated over the 2 days and who are present in this session. All our participants, which includes businesses of India from across the country, and of course all the think tanks, our researchers, our economists, our policy makers, and of course our ministers and officials, all of them who have been involved. Very, very special thanks also to the high commissioners and ambassadors of various countries, the diplomats who participated over the 2 days. and of course all the delegates and who got opportunities to speak, or many of who could not speak but did contribute through their participation. And at the end, I would really like to thank the organizing committee of the Ministry of Finance and the team from the CII for making this very highlight summit of India and the globe. Thank you very much, Excellencies. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
CB, may I request you to kindly hand over a token of appreciation to our chief guest first for today. And a token of appreciation to our two international guests of honor that are here today. Ladies and gentlemen, with that we conclude the Global Economic Forum organized by the Ministry of Finance and the Confederation of Indian Industry. Thank you for being such an excellent audience. Thank you for being with us for the 2 days. I'd like all of you to give a round of applause for the audience and for the guests and for the summit as well. Thank you so much. Dinner is served in Raja Bagh, so please do join us for dinner before you leave. And we look forward to seeing you at other CI events soon. Thank you.